We'll call the meeting to order. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call.
Yes, and just to clarify that this is roll call for border review.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry.
Yes, Ermeling,
Here.
Feeny,
Here.
Maloney,
Here.
Minell,
Here.
White,
Here.
John,
Here.
Zagami.
Here.
I need a motion to adjourn the Board of Review until 6:29 at 5 p.m.
So moved.
Move to adjourn.
Okay,
Second.
that's second by Maloney.
Who was the,
E.
I made the motion.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
I gotta remember you gotta do that.
Ruled.
Yeah. Motion carried. Okay. Now, call the meeting of the Board of Trustees meeting to order. Roll call.
Ermeling,
Here.
Feeny,
Here.
Maloney,
Here.
Minell,
Here.
White,
Here.
John,
Here.
Zagami.
Here.
Okay. Under public comments, Beth Flory and David Pershella. Okay. Okay, would you like to get up on by the mic and so we can hear what you have to say? Oh, yes.
Turn it on.
The red light's on.
It's on.
says on. Okay.
Okay. Okay, would you give your name and address so we have it?
My name is Beth Flory. I live at 4207 Douglas Lane.
What's your,
That's it?
that's it.
Okay. I'm not used to public speaking, so bear with me. I want you to know, first off, this is not about my property as it is my concern for other people who would have a sidewalk so close to the front of their house. I lived that at one time in 1964 to 67. I lived on the corner of 6th and Bridge, and I felt like I was on the stage all the time, everybody waving. And I looked around our neighborhood and it just made me sad to think that the number of people that I saw out there would have to go through that kind of thing. Also, I'm very concerned about that I understand the part about redoing the streets and the roads and that we have to lose some trees, but to lose some more for the sake of sidewalks, I'm not sure that that is really worth it. I know that, I don't know, I believe there was an ordinance that was set up that new roads that were made in areas where there wasn't sidewalks in residential areas, that there would be sidewalks put in. But I would really hope that you could think hard and long about that. The area we live in, there were only 5 houses there when I moved there. So obviously there's about a lot of changes and I'm most happy with them. But kind of lost my chain of thought here. I think, if you think of aesthetics, that is wonderful to have in a community like ours, and we only have a few blocks that encompasses our area, and it doesn't go anyplace except for maybe East Everest Avenue. That's gotten to be a thoroughfare. But the people that walk by us are few and far between. And I am a walker, and I walk in that area by the water tower. And in winter, I can hardly ever walk on the sidewalks in a lot of the areas because it gets slippery in fall and in spring. There's so much black ice. I've almost fallen a number of times. So, and other times, if the snow gets packed down or something, I walk in the streets up there anyway. And it may look nice there because most of the houses were built knowing that that was going to be the case. But when we moved out there, and then one summer, after sewer and water went in, a number of, I don't know, 1035 houses or whatever the number was, it was a government kind of thing that put houses in with no garages and things. And they just put, I think, 23 in 1 year. And those were put closer to the street. Now they're gonna widen the street, and I just think it isn't going to look as nice as it should look, and even without the thought of it looking nice, I think for the protection of our community out there, I would like to see green grass and a few more trees instead of sidewalks. Thank you.
Questions for Beth?
I'm sorry.
Good evening, my name is
Ask if there's any questions.
Dave Gershala. I live at 4307 Douglas Lane. I just want to second a lot of what Beth had to say. We're not longtime residents. We've been there for about 6 years now. Prior to that, the house we live in was my wife's parents' house. So their house was one of the early houses in there too. They had the opportunity to put their house farther back from the road. I know with Douglas Lane changing the shape, we're gonna lose a significant chunk of grass out in front of the house. Kind of breaks our heart to see the greenery go like that, but we understand that the road isn't quite centered the way it should be. We're hoping something can be done to help out some neighbors who are stand to lose a little more than we do. But again, we're trying to get the board to maybe reconsider the installation of sidewalk as well. As you have on your display up there, you can see that a few of us walked around the neighborhood after everybody had the flags and markers in their yards, and people can see exactly where their property lines lie, exactly where sidewalks or the back edge of a sidewalk is gonna cut through, exactly where trees are gonna be cut down. And we did a simple survey of our neighbors in the neighborhood, people that were willing to take part in it, under no pressure of any kind. If you wanted to be part of it, you could. Just to weigh in on what you thought about installing sidewalks along with the road reconstruction. And as you can see, the majority of people that did sign up for it, a vast majority, I think I went through and went by addresses that signed up. I do believe there was a total of 48 total addresses that signed up. 9 approve of sidewalks, 39 disapprove, which is about 81% of the people that live in the neighborhood that were willing to take part in this disapprove of having sidewalks running through their yard. There's something about an older looking neighborhood that is special, and people move into neighborhoods for that reason, at least some of us do. I know the road, the reconstruction and all the infrastructure needs to be rebuilt. We understand that. But to add a path of concrete on each side of the road now, it takes away from the look. And I would hope the board would take into consideration what the residents in the neighborhood have taken their time, talked to us about it, to maybe reconsider placing sidewalk along the sides of the road. I guess that's all I had to add.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for either one of them? Thank you.
Michael Pierce.
Michael, do you wanna?
Actually, I do have one more thing. Sorry. I guess I was talking to Mike Woodolski the other day. He had stopped by the house. And I think maybe in the future, you know, we've had meetings. We had a meeting back on the 28th was the last meeting we had on this project. And of course, COVID caused some issues for people to attend. Some did it on Zoom. But when you put out a proposal like this and you get to the point where you've got plans set to maybe go out and stake out some of this stuff in neighborhoods before you ask people to give their opinion about what they think of a project like this, when all they're looking at is a small map on a piece of paper and they really can't tell that that 1/4 inch on that piece of paper represents 10 feet. You know, walk out in the neighborhoods, put up the property lines, let them know so they can see, so that they understand what input they should maybe be giving before a project is actually digging up dirt. So some of these things can be hashed out before a concrete plan is set in place. It's just an idea, you know, and I'm sure it's gonna happen in other neighborhoods around the village in the future, and it gives residents a real image outside their door to look at versus a piece of paper trying to pick out where does that line cross on a blurry Google Maps image. Like ours, you know, looking at our front yard, you look at the map and you're like, I can't really tell exactly how far that is cutting into that curve. Now, when you go out and put stakes in my yard, well, now I see it. Those stakes weren't put in until after the last meeting. Those things just started going into people's lawns end of last week. Or I should say the week before. And by Tuesday, they're out there with machinery digging things up. So just in the future, it might be an idea to take the time, if the survey has been done, to have somebody go out there prior to the final meeting to approve or disapprove or get the public's input on this kind of thing and tack some stakes in their yard so they have an idea what they're looking at.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Michael, do you would like to make any comments? Are you good?
I mean, I guess the both, you know, Dave and Beth and Pat here too. I mean, our ordinance does say if a street's reconstructed, you know, in a single-family small lot neighborhood like this is, you know, sidewalk on both sides of the road is installed. You know, so I guess following our ordinance, that's how the project design has unfolded to date. So.
I've got something for Director Woodolski or Administrator Donner. Is there a way that we can leave Douglas as is to try and mitigate some of the loss of personal property on either side?
I've been looking at options on how that could happen. I think Michael just had a meeting right just prior to this meeting with property on the south side of Douglas. We're looking at a way to say minimize the impact. I guess bottom line right now is that the street is not put in the center of the right of way, and without any other changes, you know, we'd be putting it back in the center. So I think we're willing to work out some kind of compromise there potentially. And that's That's aside from any discussion about the sidewalk, though, I guess we're still looking at getting the sidewalk in. So unless you're having another discussion about that.
Mr. Don, on this issue alone, as far as Douglas, if we align the road to where it is now, not where it's supposed to be, we would have, I'm guessing we would have to purchase right away on some pieces and vacate some right away on others.
Well, I don't know that we vacate.
I'm just
I guess.
speculating.
Well, right now, at the corner of Kirk and Douglas, for instance, the north, I guess it'd be the northeast corner, northwest corner of the state. That pavement is right at the right-of-way line. You go a little bit farther west and the pavement flops,
We're just talking to.
goes over to the south side, so, yeah, so look at it's actually the southeast corner lot address is 4308. You can see where the right-of-way line would be and where the street is. And then you go farther west and suddenly the pavement's on the other side. So we gotta somehow straighten that out, or get proper setback in there.
I just wanna, I'm just a little concerned that we're going a little bit too much into detail, into discussions as well. Is it possible if we put this as a, I don't remember seeing it on the agenda here, right? Oh,
No. it's
so if we
not.
can,
It's just-
so if we can put it on for our next meeting, that'll be great.
There's a resolution, if I just pointed out, there's a resolution farther on the agenda. I think it's item number 53, where the proposed resolution is to adopt the project as has been approved by Public Works. If there's a desire to change that, then that would be taken up there.
Okay,
Since you want to move it up on the agenda.
yeah, so we can maybe talk about that when it comes up. Pershing?
I don't know if if we want to change this project, I think we have to change the ordinance in order for us to vote on it, because if we vote anything besides what it is out there, we're voting against the ordinance.
No, we're not, we're still putting in sidewalks, so that isn't changing.
Or even the moving the road is not, the way it is right now is not correct. The road was laid out wrong in the past. Now, if we want to change that, I think, and it's not that easy, it take a lot of time, it delay in the construction, additional cost in the project, and it just doesn't happen overnight. I mean, and if you
Well,
want
we can
to,
talk about that maybe when we get to the,
sure, that's fine.
okay, or anything else? When we get to the proposal, when we can talk on it?
I don't know if I addressed the question that was asked, I don't know if Michael had anything you wanted to add to what I said?
Yeah, I mean, I guess, as Keith mentioned, I mean, you want to look at possibly moving that agenda item up, so you could, no.
That's part of it.
Well, I mean, it's up to the board. You wanna move it up? So we can talk about it now, or do you wanna just wait till its order comes?
I would wait till the order comes. We still have a hearing to go through as well too, so.
Okay. Okay, then we will move forward. All right, and I have here a letter that is addressed to President Mark Maloney. It's from Scott Berger. It said, "Dear Village Trustees, we wholeheartedly support the Fair Maps resolution brought forth by Trustee Feeny. Thank you, Mr. Feeny. We urge all of you to support and vote for this resolution. Our democracy has never been at a more peril than during the current times. Gerrymandering, an actual attempt by domestic terrorists to overthrow our duly elected government, have put our most cherished American tradition of voting at the risk. Your vote in favor of this resolution will send a message that Americans have had enough and want free and fair elections where candidates were elected based upon their ideas. On another note, Weston continues to grow in population, and we believe we should consider creating trustee or aldermanic districts so that trustees run to represent a specific gerrymatic district within the village and are accountable to those constituents. Rather than current at-large systems, we believe that would be more fair way to elect trustees. Thank you for consideration, Scott and Jean Berger. Okay. All right, moving along, hearings.
Point of order, Gail Marshall also, sent one, I think to all of us earlier today. I just didn't want to forget about her as well.
Okay, I received it on email, but I don't know if it's,
Oh, I thought that the intent of that was to be read during a public,
oh, okay,
I mean, I just,
It was addressed to all the trustees,
right,
but I don't know, the intent was to read it at a meeting or not.
okay, then,
I don't know.
then
I
never
don't know
mind.
either. I mean,
Okay,
usually,
I don't think it'll hurt to read it myself.
right, but I don't have it.
Mark Maloney talking here. Mark Maloney talking. I don't believe Scott Berger's was intended to be read here either, but since it was, I believe Gail should be also.
okay, I've got hers.
Okay, you wanna go ahead and read it then?
Board of Trustees, this is a partisan issue. The Board of Trustees is a nonpartisan municipal council. Notice the two prominent names at the rally are partisan. On the email, she attached screenshots of two Democrats that introduced a fair maps bill in the state legislature, just so the audience is aware. Vote no and keep working on things within the control of the Weston government. Gail Marshall.
Right, thank you, Nate. Appreciate that.
Thank you,
Okay,
Nate.
moving along. Excuse me, open hearing and hear comments. All right, agent change for Brandon James. Like operator license for Daka Bloom and, oh my goodness, CSAI, I'm sorry, I can't, President, Class B beer and liquor license, okay, for Wasabi, okay, what?
That's a different name.
No, they're all under the same, we're just gonna.
They're all under the same
individually-
thing, so that's why I was reading them, I'm sorry. So the hearing is open for Brandon James?
For the Speakeasy LLC.
Well, they don't, okay.
Bears. Good evening.
Name and address for the record.
Yeah, I know, name and address for the record,
Personal or for the business?
person.
Brandon Jesse James, 1115 Mason Street, Schofield, Wisconsin.
What, go ahead.
Well, I was kind of expecting the board to have any questions for me. I requested my name be re-put back onto the liquor license at my tavern after 6 years. I had, I think you guys all shared and read my letter that I had typed up and sent to you guys. It's pretty self-explanatory. So I was gonna here to field any questions or any concerns or anything from you guys. Yes, sir.
Brandon, this is Mark Maloney. I apologize for not being there. I'm on virtually. Your comments to the board were, I believe you've been alcohol-free for 6 years.
And counting.
And counting. Some of the reports that we got from the chief of police show that you had an OWI, I believe, in 16 or 17.
Yes, that's where this came about.
Okay, so in 16 or 17, that would not be 6 years.
Well, it was my last charge, which would have been,
Right, but six years from the letter you wrote would be
Yes.
2015.
yes, I believe that's
What,
correct.
Okay, so is it not 6 years and counting? Is it closer to 4 or 5?
Well, it will be 6 on the weekend of July 4th.
Okay. Okay. I just wanted that clarified because I couldn't get the math to work the way it was just conflicting for the reports we got and the statement you had made.
Right, I understand. I figured since I was in May and July is around the corner, so it's 5 years and 9 months, 10 months.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other comments or questions or concerns?
Just ask the chief if he likes to make a comment.
Yeah, I can make a comment. There is some language in state statute that does allow for the board to consider rehabilitation. So I know our language in our ordinance needs to be updated, and I've talked with Sherry about that. There are a lot of communities that are trying to get their language updated, so in all fairness, please take into consideration Mr. James' letter and whether or not you feel based on his letter that there's been some rehabilitation, because that's something that the state statute wants the ordinances to reflect, and that's gonna get updated soon.
And I did recommend that in the RFC. I feel that you need to look at the Fair Employment Act. I feel like that supersedes our ordinance. I know our ordinance needs amending, and I just haven't had time to work on that. But I did recommend that you consider the Fair Employment Act over the language in our ordinance.
Any questions?
I have another question, Barb, if you wouldn't mind.
Go ahead.
So Brandon, you run a bar, a tavern.
Yes, I do.
So I used to work in a liquor store, and I used to have to make decisions on purchasing items for the shelves on behalf of all my customers. And so it's not surprising that I tried a lot of items so that I knew how to tell the customers what it was for new. Who does that tasting for you at your tavern?
Well, as a matter of fact, Mr. Maloney, I'm at my tavern every single day of the week cleaning and setting up. I do all my orders every Monday and Thursday, and I have for the last 5 years and 10 months, almost 6 years. I guess it's willpower that caused me to quit drinking. I mean, ultimately I wanted to, and the charge got me over the top to do it, and it's been quite fantastic, to be honest with you. As far as tasting, things like that, I've been in this business now 16 years. I also worked at a liquor store down in Madison for 4 years. But as far as tasting or anything like that goes, I just go by what my staff tells me, what the patrons tell me. I don't bother with that. Like, basically alcohol has like zero influence on my life anymore, and probably never will, ever. So when it comes to that stuff, after 16 years, you kind of get used to what your patrons like, what sells, what doesn't sell. Ultimately, in my belief, it's not necessary for me to be back on the liquor license. What I'm doing is asking the Village of Weston and the board here tonight, it's just a request. Yay or nay, I guess it really doesn't affect me either way. My mother's an angel. So she's there and she's got no problem with it. It was just a request of mine. And I may, in fact, Sheriff Schultz, be unique in this wording of your law because I've taken my sobriety above and beyond what most do or what most would say. It's just kind of become a part of my life. And so, Mr. Maloney, to answer your question, that is usually done outside of myself. I am more interested in just running my business, being a good businessman, a good community person. My friends and staff and patrons alike have all noticed the major change. I mean, I am who I am, but it's been quite delightful to be, sober.
I appreciate your comments, and I also appreciate the letter you wrote. I also got a phone call from a dentist in the area, Nick Brettel, who I regard very highly, and I would actually call him a friend. I am asking the tough questions, but I will be voting for your name to go on your liquor license. So, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Maloney.
E,
Mr. James, just a question for you. Since your charge 5 years and 10 months ago, what have you done differently? What changes have you made to your life so that way, obviously, there's definite signs of changes, but I guess I'm going a little bit more into the weeds, a little bit more into details. What changes did you make in your life to ensure that you would never go back? Because you said it wasn't a problem anymore. It's not a problem, and so I guess I'm kind of curious as to what steps you took.
Absolutely. I'll split your question into two. The one thing I did that the life change I made was stop drinking. I just stopped. From there, to take the second part of your question, the entirety of sobriety, which was the jail time, which was Huber, which was house arrest for 9 months, which was a year-long personal psychiatric treatment with Michael Dix, in which we talked about alcohol maybe 20% of the time, but more about my life and me personally, like 80% of the time for an entire year. 1 month or one time a month for 12 months for an entire year. The fellows down at Addict, who I can't necessarily remember their names, were terrific. My lawyer was terrific. The DA gave me the opportunity to work through this. So when it came down to it, going through all of that, and then of course there's the Intoxilock for 3 years, there was the probation for 3 years. Sarah is a gal that did my house arrest for 9 months, who was charming and delightful. A couple of the guys in the inner workings of the jail, Marathon County Jail. So what it came down to was not only doing this for myself, but not letting those people down, spreading on down to my family, my mother, father, patrons, staff, and everything. And as the time rolled on, that feeling became amazing. It became, I'm stable and I'm more than responsible now. And once you get a piece of that, it sort of generates inside you and creates a well-being within you that you enjoy having, instead of sort of the chaos and rigmarole of, alcohol and hangovers and so forth and so on. So in a general gist of things, I guess I became addicted to well-being instead of alcohol. And basically, even though the stresses of last year with COVID, with the lockdowns, my bar being shut down 2 months, and right now I'm in the process of trying to find new employees. Dottie left me after 10 years. Through all of that, I maintain a solid state of mind because I like that feeling better than dumping off and trying to forget about it in the haze of, per se, alcohol. And that's just not words. That's just kind of how it is.
Follow-up, Madam Chair. So, from the look of from your letter, you're also, it's fair to assume that you also have a strong support base as well too, that's gonna be supportive.
Enormously strong.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
anyone else?
Trustee Zhang stole my question.
Okay,
I enjoy it.
okay. All right, I guess we're gonna vote on that. On the next thing, we'll talk to the next operator. Okay,
Okay, wonderful. Thank you.
thank you. Good work. Okay, operator license for Dave, how do you
I
want
think
to?
it's Dakota.
Dave Dakota Bloom. I'm sorry about doing names, I'm terrible on names, it's not just. Okay, go ahead. Name and address for the record.
Dakota Bloom and 6108 Kirk Street.
Okay. How do you want to respond, or?
Well, I guess I wanna object to it, I guess, because I feel like the charges that I got aren't really related to my operator license in general. And I just, yeah.
And you don't feel that what your charges relates to selling or bartending?
Yeah.
Madam Chair, can I-
Okay, yes, go ahead.
I think this question will be directed towards Chief Schultz.
Right.
Chief Schultz, are you able to give us a little context into the case as well? Was it, yes, I know it says a possession of meth, I think here. And the question I have here was, there was no, I guess, charge of intent to sell or anything along that lines there?
No, the current ordinance just reads that any conviction of a felony that's substantially related to the context of an operator's license is recommended as a denial. So I think in Mr. Bloom's case, he's talking about that it's possession of methamphetamine, which was just the charge. It wasn't anything with intent to deliver. In the letter that I addressed the board with, it talks about examples of substantially related. There's a substantial relationship between the illegal purchase, use, and sale of controlled substance and engaging in bartending, which involves the purchase and sale of a closely regulated substance. The same is true for offenses involving alcohol, example, drunk driving, selling to underage, possessing and or consuming as an underage, committing law violations while under the influence of alcohol or drugs. So some of that language in our ordinance has been taken from, I'm making the assumption that there has been some case law that has dissected what substantially related is, because that is a big section of the current ordinance, and you can't make a denial unless it is somehow connected to how the license is along. Did that answer your question?
Yes, it did. I have a follow-up.
Sure.
I guess, Mr. Bloom, a question for you is, what step has, obviously since that day there of that felony drug conviction, what steps have you taken into, have you made in, a sense into obviously, I guess, ensure, I guess the discussion here would be whether you would have intent to sell, or use, or even, I guess it's a matter of trust in this discussion here, about whether you would be selling alcohol to minors, obviously so I guess summarizing it is, what steps have you taken to make sure that you wouldn't use or you wouldn't do, obviously violate the trust of the public in a sense here? So I would open it up for you and turn the floor to you, obviously.
I mean, sorry, I'm just trying to think.
I think,
Got it?
I think he's, I think
Maybe-
he's under influence though, but with the meeting here,
Right.
he has a difficulty to explain, so I think we should,
Nate, go ahead.
Mr. Bloom, do you still use drugs?
No,
Do you still, or do some of your friends still, do they use drugs?
no, I've cut ties with everybody who's done drugs.
Now, with the felony, drug conviction, did you spend any time in prison?
No, I just sat 3 months in the county jail.
And did you learn, anything from that? Did you have counseling sessions or work with a probation officer to set yourself up for success once you were finished?
No, I didn't.
How would, or if we do, or if the board were to vote to override this, this recommendation, what would having this job mean to you?
It'd mean the world. Like, before this job, I was struggling to find a purpose, really, to get up in the morning and, I don't know, this the job that I have now, it means I don't know, it just means a lot to me, you know? Like, it's kind of hard finding a job, like, let alone finding a job that you actually love and care about, you know? And I don't know. Yeah.
Can I ask a follow-up to that question? If the board didn't approve your operational or operator license, would you still have an employment, would you still be employed there?
I mean, I would hope so. I would assume so, yes, but like, I would just be difficult because I'd have to work different hours.
What do you and your friends do as hobbies now, since you're not involved with anyone that's
I watch a lot of YouTube. And play some games.
And do you have a lot of friends? What's your support network like? Is your family
I
involved?
have good, my family's really good. My family's, they're a really good support network, and the few friends that I do have now, I've had them for years, and they're like my backbone, you know? I don't know.
Right. Any other questions, or, Chief, did you have any?
I have nothing further, unless I can answer any questions.
Okay, well, thank you, we'll be voting on it.
Thank you.
Can I make a statement as his boss?
Oh,
I did come here for him.
okay,
Is that okay?
yes, yes, definitely, because it's a hearing.
My name is Corey Cordes. I live on 9933 Sand Hill Drive. I've been the manager of the Sherrill Company's convenience stores and gas stations for just over 3 years. I've known Dakota for over a year, and I've known his struggles. We brought him in. He's not necessary, it's just literally taking cigarettes off the shelf and taking bottles off the shelf and selling them. He's not, there's nothing open. We have to card everybody. There's cameras everywhere. So he's constantly being watched. He does a great job. He's probably the only person I have that shows up for every shift he's scheduled. I just hope that he's not forced to pay for bad decisions from years ago that really don't even have to do with what he's doing right now. That's my opinion, obviously. But he's come a long way and he's doing a great job. The customers adore him. It would be sad to see him go because he would not be able to be a full-time employee anymore.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
So, when you hired, Mr. Bloom here, did you hire him for, I'm assuming that you had to put a lot of trust into him, maybe.
Absolutely.
And you would still say the same as well today as well, too?
Absolutely. I wouldn't have hired him if I didn't trust him.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay. Class beer and liquor license for Wasabi. Now, right, thank you.
To make it more complicated, I was attorney Rick Swikus. It's C as in Charlie, V as in Victor, E as in Edward, Y-K-U-S. So it's nothing like it's spelled either. So
Okay.
I feel you on the difficult names. I did bring copies of some of the things I'm going to talk about today. I apologize. There's a couple more board members than I anticipated. So I don't have a copy for everybody, but I'll do the best I can. I have 10 copies of everything. Also, do you guys have a preference if I wear a mask or not? I am.
Up to you.
Okay. I am vaccinated, but I'll turn these off first.
Works for me.
The first thing I'm gonna turn over is the fact that this case is gonna be a little bit different because Mr. Sy is basically pursuing an appeal.
Okay, the trustees are the ones that
Yeah.
have our names here.
Okay,
There's
perfect.
7 of us,
Oh,
not,
perfect, then we're good.
No, start over, you can start yours.
okay, and give the clerk one. I'm sorry, that's Sherry.
You can share.
Watch the cord.
Yeah, I'll do my best, so if I trip, it would be almost worth the moment. There you go, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There you go, sir.
Thank you.
And I'll get you an extra one. There you go. Okay. So in this situation, I'm guessing we're gonna hear from the chief that the reason he denied a or the reason a recommendation of denial for the liquor license was put in place is because my defendant has a conviction for a felony, namely an OWI 4th that originated out of 2018. The case law is what I'm gonna bring up is a little more complicated than these cases. What the case law talks about is that a conviction counts once basically all the rights to appeals have been exhausted. In this situation, while Mr. Sy was just convicted, he is pursuing an appeal. The judge has actually stayed the order pending appeal. The first document I just handed you was what I had to file with the Court of Appeals to show that he has actually made a move for that appeal. And to talk about the value of that appeal, I'm also going to bring forward the judge's order, which is gonna come next. In this situation was branch 5, so Judge Moran here in Marathon County did actually stay portions of the sentence pending appeal, specifically so he could continue to run his restaurant here at Wasabi. So that'll be the next one I'm handing you is Judge Moran's order. On the judge's order, you will notice the very end portion of it, which is that it is hereby ordered the defendant's conditional jail sentence is stayed under Wisconsin statute pending appeal. They will have him start his probationary term at this time, so he will still be supervised for the next 3 years based upon that. However, the judge went one more step and said he did not want any rule of probation that would stop the defendant from basically running his restaurant until the appeal was decided. So the first 2 documents I gave you is to show both that he has appealed his case and the judge has stayed portions of his sentence pending that appeal. The next case I'm going to give you is Monroe County versus Jennifer V. This one talks about what we consider to be a conviction. I anticipate the sheriff talking about the fact that the statute says a conviction is there, you shall not order. But the case law actually talks about a conviction only counts once you've actually gotten to the point where all rights to appeal have been exhausted. So I will give you that next.
Also, just a point of order, it's Chief Schultz, the sheriff is the countywide.
Oh, darn it. Yes, absolutely true.
Maybe he's gonna become sheriff one day, right?
You know, I just hear he's both.
He wears all the hats he wants.
There you go. There you go. There you go. In this case law, there's 2 basic parts I want to bring your attention to. One is on page 1, where it says it's concluded the term conviction, as used in Wisconsin statutes, meant a conviction after the right to appeal has been exhausted. If you flip to page, that's on the first page. You flip to page 4 of that same document, they break into it, and I highlighted it for each of you as well. The defendant has both a statutory and constitutional right to an appeal. It is therefore reasonable to interpret the statute to mean a conviction after the completion of the appeal as a right. And then one more time on page 6, a couple different sections in here where they talk about the issues of felony appeal. It says basically, and I'm going to jump to the most important part, but under paragraph 17, for these reasons, we conclude the correct interpretation of conviction, the statute, is conviction after the appeal as right has been exhausted. So they talk about all those issues that we're going to have coming up here. That talks about Wisconsin statute 48. There is another case that talks about other statutes when we use the term conviction. I'm only bringing one copy of this one because I think the one I just gave is most on point, but the other case I'll take your attention to is State versus Langdon, L-A-G-U-N-D-O-Y-E. And for the clerk, I will leave a copy for the record. And this is 2004 Wisconsin 4. And if you want from the record copy, the most important part is on page 7 of 25. A case is final if the prosecution is no longer pending, a judgment of conviction has been entered, the right to a state appeal from the final judgment has been exhausted, and time for cert review from the United States Supreme Court has expired. In this case, I can let you know the argument to start off with is going to be obviously he is appealing his case. And therefore he has not exhausted that remedy yet. So therefore he does not fit under the word conviction by the statute. If you don't buy all that, of course I have a secondary argument because I'm an attorney, so we come in with. Mr. Sy was charged with OWI as a 4th offense over 3 years ago, March 11th of 2018. Since that time, he has been on bond and regularly tested for alcohol from day report. He has had 0 violations in over 3 years. So he has had 0 bond violations, he has had 0 times of using any alcohol. He has had 0 basically problems whatsoever. In addition to that, like I said, he will remain on probation based on the judge's review until either the appeal is decided and he's not found to be a felon anymore, or 3 years from today. So not only do you have the last 3 years of proof of him not using alcohol, you're gonna have the next 3 as well. Last but not least, while Mr. Sy does run Wasabi, he has a partner there and employees there. So he has taken the step to make sure he will not purchase, he will not procure, he will not sell any of the alcohol at the establishment. He will be the one basically doing the cooking and hiring people, but he will make sure his employees are the ones that are either using or selling alcohol. He will not be. So he'll take that step as well. So I think his rehabilitation speaks for that at this time now as well. I am open to any questions you guys have. I would prefer some questions because otherwise it's awkward just to talk, but any questions you guys have about this liquor license?
Question?
Mark Maloney here. Mark
Yes, sir.
Maloney, if I don't mind. Attorney, you're only defending the fourth, conviction, not the first.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry, Mr. Maloney, go ahead.
Okay, so you're only defending the fourth conviction. You're not defending the first 3, correct?
Correct. The first 3, I don't believe are an issue for this liquor license out for the sheriff, but the statute actually calls out the felony conviction. I think the reason you guys that normally the board would move to deny the liquor license.
All right, and again, chief of police, not sheriff. Thank you.
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes.
Okay,
Sheriff Schultz, I guess I'm kind of curious, I don't know if you have with you, here, the gap between the first 3 and also the fourth OWI. I'm kind of curious as to the time length.
Yep, I can get that for you, but it might take me a minute. So if you have another question while I'm looking.
The other question I have is, if Mr. Sy was not granted, because this is granted towards the Wasabi, so if we would be denying Wasabi the liquor license. Am I understanding this correct? Not to Mr. Sy specifically.
Correct. The entire location of Wasabi would not be able to sell alcohol. We are working on that separately. He's trying to find a way to structure an LLC at this time, in which case he would own the business and then have his business partner, Mr. Law, apply for the liquor license exclusively through him. We're putting together some work on that, but it just takes some time, quite honestly. And candidly, I think to likely have that resolved well before the appeal is resolved.
okay, anything else at this point?
I would also state that I know under the statute, the letter is supposed to lay out the basis for the denial of the renewal of the liquor license. I apologize, my client did not have a copy of the letter with him. Do we have a copy of the letter? Because I'm just curious if they talked about the prior 3 OWIs or just the 4th felony OWI. Okay. So, Mr. Maloney, from your question, I don't think the prior 3 OWIs are relevant for the revocation of or the non-renewal. Only the felony 4th is, and that's the one where the conviction is not permanent yet because the appeal is not resolved.
So the other 3 are not considered?
Well, because
They're
they were,
misdemeanors.
they've been longer than 6 years.
And by statute, my understanding by statute is that the letter has to label the reason for the denial.
That would be the only reason.
Pardon me?
That would be the reason they wouldn't be relevant, because it's within a time frame always,
I think we're managing.
unless he's habitual.
Yeah, so for clarification, they don't fall within the time frame. I did find a couple of them. I'm still going through the pages here, but
November of '05 is what I see in March of 4/11.
so they wouldn't fall, and then the other, they would be misdemeanors, so we would fall under the guideline.
Correct. The Wisconsin statute 12504 and 12512 both talks oddly enough about drug violations. So any 961 offense, any possession of marijuana, possession of cocaine, possession of methamphetamine, any of those are spelled out as a reason to deny it. But other than that, it's just spelled out as a felony. It's another reason to deny it by statute. I'm not sure why the statute doesn't list alcohol offenses by themselves.
Because it's tavern league.
Yeah, probably. I'm not gonna guess, but it would make sense. I don't have an answer for you. I'll just give you the answer I know.
I have another question, but this is directed towards the clerk. If we approve this, this would be for 1 year, is that correct? And then we would, it would be back up, okay. Just want to get that as clarification.
And I should note one more thing, if his appeal is denied and he doesn't apply for a cert to the Supreme Court, then the board would have authority under the same statute to move to revoke a liquor license for the same reasons. That is also in the statutes.
That was gonna be my question, is if we did a temporary or something, can we do that? 6 months, I don't know.
It's my understanding you would have to have a
I
hearing.
don't think so, because all of our licenses, I think it indicate, we can do a probationary license for 60 days.
Okay.
We offer that, but our regular license is,
Well, I know, I thought we did a probation.
yeah, it runs from July 1st through June 30th.
So my read of that would be that you would have the right to move to revoke it under the same statute if he did not win his appeal, but while the appeal is pending, you have to wait until the appeal is decided.
And we'd have to be notified of it.
Trustee Jean, the records I have, and give or take some months, but it's 2004, there was a conviction, which is prohibited alcohol concentration, which is this, sheet's the same as the OWI, you can't get convicted of both, just one or the other. The penalties are the same. The other one was in 2006, and the last was in 2011. Did I get that right? Does that sound about right?
Okay,
And then this last one.
Correct.
thank you, Chief.
Okay, any other questions, concerns?
Just a question.
Sure.
You know how long it take that appeal to go through this?
So oddly enough, I was just on the ballot to be a Court of Judge of Appeals, and one of my big complaints were they're taking way too long to make decisions. So you will not hear complaints from me about them being quick about it, but realistically, you're at the mercy of the judges. Sometimes they take 9 months, sometimes they take, I have a case right now that's been pent up for 2 years. I'd say the average is probably 9 to 12 months. But who knows, maybe they listen to my complaints and they'll start getting them out sooner. I don't have an answer for that beyond that.
Just want to add one other thing, if I may.
Sure.
Our current ordinance does talk about pending felonies, but the state statute is not allowing us to consider that any longer. So I think my recommendation would be, as Sherry had said, to follow the state statute as our ordinance needs to be updated. So a pending felony cannot be considered unless it's a conviction, and that'll be changed as part of the ordinances.
Okay, so we could not be denied at this time unless
It's a conviction.
it's a conviction.
Correct.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. Have a good day all.
Okay, let me get my agenda here under all the piles of paper here.
I think that's the most legal based one we've heard in a while.
Yes. Okay. Item 10.
Close the hearing.
Oh, thank you. You did say that. Okay, we'll close the hearing and we'll move on to item 10, action. Agent change for Brandon James. What's your pleasure?
Move to approve.
Second.
Second by motion by Mark, second by Nate. On the question? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
I oppose. No.
Steve, I know, no. No? Operator license for David Bloom,
Move to approve.
Fotis Bloom.
Move to approve the operator license for Dakota Bloom.
Okay, motion by Nate. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Second by E. On the question? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
No.
No by,
Maloney.
and no by Steve Minell. Okay. I guess on the question? We did that already.
Yeah.
Okay,
So that was,
motion,
that
there was
was
a
2 noes and 5 yeses, correct?
yes,
Correct.
noes and 5 yes.
Madam Chair, could we have a division of assembly on this vote since there's a little confusion?
Okay, Ermeling,
Aye.
Feeny,
Aye.
Maloney,
No.
Minell,
No.
White,
Yes.
John,
Yes.
Zagami.
Yes,
Okay,
Thank you.
okay, now we're gonna go again. If somebody would like to pronounce this name for me.
Sai.
Sai, thank you.
I'll make the motion to approve the beer and liquor license for Wasabi.
Okay,
Second by Maloney?
second by Mark, okay?
I just want to make a comment that the reason why I am voting for it
Okay, on the
is.
question.
Oh, we can't, oh, on the question.
Okay,
It's out of
now,
order.
Oh, is it out of order? Okay, then, as long as they don't.
Explaining your vote is out of order during the voting process.
Oh, okay.
we had a motion, a second. On the question. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed?
No.
Okay, Steve, Manel again, no? Okay,
Just
now,
one comment, I think it's important for us to make sure our ordinance is changed. We've done these,
I was just gonna ask if we can have it for next meeting, as, sure.
not that you have nothing to do.
Is that something we should have our village attorney work on, Sharon?
yes,
Yes.
Or I can draft something and then provide it for review. However you
but yeah, because it's
do that.
difficult if we're going with supporting our ordinances, only our ordinances aren't current.
I just want to make a comment that Mr. Lauren White did steal my comment that I was gonna say during my description.
You can have it back.
Make you feel better, the city of Schofield's going through the same thing,
Are
so
they?
they're drafting stuff as well.
But now how are we going to know if, well, you said that it's probably gonna take 12 months or whatever to find out whether it's appealed. But how would will you know?
When he applies again,
Okay, but he's good for a year,
you
even
approve it
after
for a year,
years.
so when the renewal comes up, we'll look at where the status is.
Okay, I thought we could, pull it if we, but I was going, how are we gonna ever know that? Okay,
Excuse me, did I understand it right? We can revoke the license
Should
if
all
we choose to do that?
should all avenues for appeal be exhausted?
right,
And it would require a hearing.
Right,
right. But my comment was, how would we ever know that his appeal was denied? So, but when he comes around next year, that we would know that, correct?
So you can wait till next year and do it that way. Otherwise, you can periodically check on Wisconsin Circuit Court Access Program. They have an appellate court process on there. But you will not get notice here at the board. You'd have to do your own search of it.
Right.
You can search whenever you feel.
It more than likely will be next time he comes for it.
I'm not gonna look until it's applied again.
Right, I was gonna say, I don't think that she has enough time to be looking at stuff like that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, where am I?
Item 11.
Yes, thank you. Minutes from previous meetings, that's what I started reading, okay. 4/19/2021 Joint Board of Trustees Finance Committee meeting. What's your pleasure?
Move to package 11, 12, and 13 together and approve.
Okay, motion by Feeny to include 11, 12, and 13.
I'll second that.
Second by Steve. On the question? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? So carried. Reports, minutes from boards, committees, and commissions. We have one from 18, Finance, 21, Parks and Rec, 22, Planning Commission, Joint Finance. I guess what I'm gonna kind of do is go through these and just ask if anybody has any questions or add-ons. Building Committee, is there anything you want to comment on? Nope. Community Development Authority, I don't think you had anything. You want anybody comment?
We haven't had a meeting all year.
Everest Metro Police Commission. Okay, there's nothing. Extraterritorial zoning, nothing. Finance, you want to add anything? Well, she's not here. Okay. Any questions on her report? There's nothing on Human Resources, nothing on Joint Review. Anything on Parks and Rec? Planning Commission, Public Works. All right, I need a motion to acknowledge 18, 21, 22, and 23.
I'll move to acknowledge 18, 21, 22, 23.
Motion by Zagami,
Second.
second by Nate on the question. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
So carried.
I do have a question for Deputy Chief Finke.
Yes.
The last 2 days, I've seen Safer go up and down 29 a lot. Have you guys been really busy the last few days?
Yes, we have.
Without revealing anything protected, is everyone okay?
Yeah, we're just extremely busy.
Well, you guys do a lot of great work and, every time I hear your ambulance or see your fire trucks go by, I, always, whisper a prayer that everyone's all right.
Okay, and reports from departments. Administrator.
Just for the board's knowledge, we're gonna be meeting with Myron Construction and CUNY next week on the 27th to have a coordination meeting on the municipal facility construction project. I was told that they're hoping to start in July. We'll find out more about that though next week. I guess we talked about the construction starting in Crestwood Acres, and as has been noted, I guess once things start, there's certainly a recognition of what the level of disturbance is. So as you know, we're working some things out there. Michael's going to spend a lot of time on that. I'm sure he'll be reporting on that. We have more to discuss on that later, I'm sure. I reported to you also, and just for the record, that we have received the $2.3 million plus refund on the deposit that was made on the ATC overhead power line relocation for the Camp Phillips Center. So that was probably about $200,000 more than we estimated we were going to get. So that's good news. I think part of that has to do with ATC working hard to repurpose the poles, and at that, there was only 5 of them repurposed. The rest were taken by a salvage company, but I think the price of steel has gone up to kind of be a contributor to that as well. So anyway, I guess we'll be talking later about the SBA Towers situation in closed session. That's all I have unless you have questions.
I do.
Questions for you?
I do.
Okay, Fouché.
Is that contract with Myron reviewed by attorney
Yes, it had been reviewed prior.
before your signature?
It had been reviewed prior to the bids going out, prior to the bid package going out.
No, you can't have a contract before going out.
It's the contract with the standard general conditions and all the other things that go with it. So every contractor knew what the conditions of the contract were gonna be.
No, I'm talking about the attorney. Our attorney reviewed the contract.
Yes.
Anything else? Okay, clerk, any questions, comments, or additions?
Just as I stated in my report that I still have the Board of Review DVD, and I know both Barb and Lauren took the training. If anyone else is interested, we are okay to hold Board of Review. We only need one person to
Every
be
year.
trained. So we're okay, we can meet,
Next.
but they always recommend the rest of the board take the training as well. So if you're interested, I still have the DVD available.
It's actually not that bad. It is quite informative, and if you haven't been to a board review hearing before, it can, it points out a lot of the do's and don'ts that are involved.
Yes. And sometimes, especially new members that, we had it where we had some major errors that almost cost us some stuff because we didn't follow, rules. Okay. 29, finance. Any questions on the report? Okay. Fire and EMS.
As I said earlier, we're quite busy. We're up significantly in call volume over last year, and last year we're up significantly over the year before, and I can basically say that every year since Safer has started. So
Call volume is quite high. We'll be well over 3,000 ambulance calls and about 300 fire calls this year, so numbers are up quite significantly. We did have the large structure fire on Packer Drive in the town of Marathon a couple weeks ago. That went to a 5-alarm fire. Crews were there for about 10 hours, pretty extensive incident. No injuries from any of our personnel. There were 2 injuries from mutual aid. Minor, thankfully, but there were 2 mutual aid companies that had injuries that day. And we did have a small fire just across the parking lot actually yesterday in an outbuilding, about a 20 by 40 old shed. Other than that, it's pretty much business as usual. We do have 2 ambulances on order. One of those ambulances was canceled about a month ago because they were unable to get a chassis. So we're trying to work through that and see what's gonna happen. The other ambulance should be here hopefully in the next 3 to 4 weeks, about they're telling us. Other than that, nothing significant.
Any questions?
Question.
Peggy?
Is there any vacancies at all with the safer department?
Yeah, we made offers to 4 part-time staff members. 2 accepted those offers. They had their first night of their training academy last Thursday, either Wednesday or Thursday. And they will have 6 or 5 more weeks of training before they go on shift. We could handle about 5 to 6 more part-time employees. It's very difficult to find staff members right now. And it's not just us, it's a global problem, certainly a local problem, but really a nationwide problem.
Thank you.
Piggybacking off of Trustee Zhang's, how many, it's my understanding, and it's been a while, but I think every firefighter has some medic training, but that doesn't reach the level of EMT. How many EMTs does SAFER have?
So all of our employees are a minimum of state certified firefighter 1 and EMT. That's required to work. And then we desire fire 2 and paramedic, and we try to put them through that training as they come to us. And we did approve a plan about a year ago now to encourage more people to go to paramedic, and the department will pay for it, and then they have to give us X number of years of service to otherwise pay it back. So to answer your question, about 65% of our firefighters are paramedic, with the remainder being EMT trained.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
I have a comment.
Sure.
In the packet is the progress of the SAFER Board of Directors on the charter amendments. This is the 4th version. Every meeting we have some more things. There were some things that were discovered when we took a look at this that were missing, and there was some timelines that just really were too tight. And you can see in this particular document that you have here, the items that were or are currently are in red and struck through. The items in blue and underlined are the changes that are proposed. There's some changes that occur into voting requirement exceptions. There's additions and subtractions. There were changes in, since we had advice from council that the board of directors has to do the annual assessment of the chief of the fire department. That was added to the board of directors task. The timelines on appointments to the commission, as I said before, were a little tight because we only have 1 meeting a month. And it was too close to the elections to have them in a timely fashion, so we moved that out. These are all draft, as you can see. We also had an issue about, not an issue, but wanted to make sure that notifications of meetings by both the board of directors and the fire commission were made to the municipalities so that they could post it on our website so everybody knew what was going on. We also had some changes in, what do you call those, administration, and as far as each person's task. We added things that were a matter of practice but hadn't been written into the charter. And they added, two were added, captain FTE and engineer paramedic. And we had some changes in definition on the last one, part-time, majority time. Changes of address for the station one. And in the process of doing this, we found that there were some documents missing, such as Appendix A. We were able to find that after 3 meetings, and it is in here. And we have just recently at the last meeting found 2 examples of Exhibit B, which are the cost sharing and lease agreements between the 2 municipalities for the 2 stations. And those will be coming out. So I just felt it was necessary for the board to take a look at this, to see that there's some minor word changes, because they were the wrong word, spelled correctly, but the wrong word. So I'd like to express my appreciation for the board of directors for this task that they've taken on. And hopefully we'll have a better document when we're done. I know we will have a better document when we're done.
Has Matt Edie reviewed this?
Pardon?
Has Matt Edie reviewed this?
It will be.
Oh, okay.
And that's a recommendation of the board of directors, is it will come to us. I'm guessing that the board of directors will have their council.
Right.
And each municipality would have their chance to take a look at it. And these were originally the original documents, and the second amendment, the first amendment was also vetted by council, both councils and council for the board of directors. So, yeah, we're not gonna let this go by without council looking at it.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
One time the board elections were on.
I have a comment. Barb, I have a comment.
Yes.
I just wanna,
Oh, wait.
Okay,
can you
go
hear me?
ahead, Mark. Go
Yes.
ahead.
Thank you. I just want to make sure that the board, our staff, and the entire community truly know what a value Lauren is on that SAFER board. And I sincerely want to give kudos to you, Lauren, for the work you do and the value and the history that you bring to that SAFER board and the management of. So I don't know when to say that or where to say it, but I just felt it was prudent to say it now. And I personally value your commitment and your service on that board. So thank you, Lauren.
Thank you. Wasn't necessary. I do it for all our communities.
I know you do. And I know you don't want me to say that, but I just said it.
Thank you.
2 questions.
Sure.
Number 1 is, after the draft is done, it still comes back to this board for approval as well too, right? As one of the partners? Correct. Okay, so just wanted to get that as a clarification. The second one is, I was reading this earlier, and under administration on page 7 under D, where it says upon prior approval by the chair of the board of the vice, or by the chair of the board of the vice chair of the board. That's what it says.
You found an error.
I did.
Good for
And then it
you.
says the fire chief may purchase any unbudgeted items he or she deems necessary without prior approval of the board not to exceed $5,000. So from my interpretation of that, it's saying that any purchases under $5,000, the fire chief can purchase, but anything more than that would require just the approval of the chair or vice chair of the board. Am I understanding this correctly? So they could go out and purchase, I'm not saying that the chief and deputy chief would do that, but purchase a fire truck for $100,000 and not get the board's approval? Am I interpreting that correctly here?
There's no way. If you read it correctly, that's for minor purchases.
Right.
And you do have to have approval of the chair or the vice chair.
Sure, so, because I'm just reading as what's saying there, and under D, it says upon prior approval by the chair of the board or of the vice chair of the board, the fire chief may purchase any unbudgeted items he or she deems necessary without prior approval of the board not to exceed $5,000 there. I guess the reason why I just bring that up is just for interpretation, and so I can get a better understanding of that as well too. And it's kind of confusing to me too, reading that. So just a thought, not saying that I'm against it. Maybe there's other content somewhere that, that I may miss, but that's just my interpretation of reading that.
And I don't know how you would reword it to make it more.
So I don't know if I can clarify it, but it essentially what it means is if there's unbudgeted purchases that the chief deems are necessary, he has to get approval of the chair of the board of directors and or the vice chair before that can be made.
And the real reason that's in there, just a little background, in case there's an expensive piece of equipment or an expensive repair that is unplanned, that goes down and we need to replace it quickly, then the chief can make one phone call and get approval from somebody to make that emergency purchase. To answer your question about the fire apparatus, there's another part of the charter where it states that any purchase greater than $50,000 requires a bid process where bids are opened, and so then there is no way that we could purchase a vehicle or anything like that without a formal bid process that would go through the board.
But then you would be able to purchase anything within, under $50,000, so for
Correct.
emergency purposes.
Should there be some, just to dovetail what his question, should there be some reporting requirement?
There is, they do have, they have a budget status report they give us at every meeting. And also they have been very diligent about reporting to the chair of the board of directors when they have these problems. They don't have a meeting, we don't call a meeting.
But then trustee Minell is basically saying that that we should include that into there, because right now, we're doing it based off trust.
Between 5 and 50 is able to be done just on a phone call, but should that then be reported at the next?
I guess.
I'm sure that it would be, to the best of my knowledge, that's never happened. We've never come across that.
I have a suggestion. If you have specific wording that you want in this document, please get it to me. I'll see if I can find the proper place to put it in.
All right.
Not trying to attack what you're doing, I wanted clarification.
No, this is I read through a good portion of all of this, and it addresses a lot of stuff.
And that is
just a different
unless
size.
it's crossed out,
Yeah.
it's been in the original document since day one.
If I could just add one more thing,
Sure.
not to do with this, but before, just so the board is aware, on Wednesday, weather permitting, we do have a large training event that'll occur. It's in the town of Marathon. We're burning a structure, just in case in case you guys hear anything about that, that is a planned training event that we will be doing on Wednesday.
Okay.
One more thing, Deputy Chief, you told Trustee Zhang that you could handle 5 or 6 more part-time. Is it feasible to increase the number of full-time staff? Or just due to constraints, not feasible?
Well, yeah, obviously it comes down to budget. And we will be talking about that, going into budget season again this year. Obviously that always helps. We have made significant progress in our staffing over the last 3 to 4 years. We've been able to add some staff to help offset that. Part-time staff is quite honestly just difficult to depend on, especially this time of year. I mean, you have a day like today and it's really hard to get people to come in and work on a Friday or a Saturday or a Sunday when it's 70 degrees outside and everybody has now been cooped up for a year and a half. And they want to go do things on the weekends or even during the week. So it is very difficult to get part-time people in who they have a minimum that they have to put in. They have to put in at least 48 hours per month. But very few people, especially, like 4th of July weekend, Memorial weekend and everything. If it wasn't for our full-time employees, there is no way we would have staffing to cover those shifts. For an example, we had a battalion chief that was out. He had an injury, non-work related injury. And I would say about 90% of his shifts were covered by me, just because we didn't have anybody else to cover them. That is probably our biggest shortfall moving forward is we have fairly high standards for our officers, and our officers run our shifts. So if we have a fire or anything major comes up during a shift, they're the ones making those decisions at 2 o'clock in the morning when something's going on. So we have fairly high standards for their training and knowledge and abilities. And moving forward, those are the positions that we have a hard time filling. We have 2 current openings in those positions, and those have been open for almost a year. And we anticipate, just due to retirements, another 2 positions probably that'll open up in the next year to 2 years, I would say. And right now we have 1 person on the radar that's moving up to fill those positions. Just because the big thing is the classes that are required. So that's probably our biggest hurdle over the next 2 to 3 years that I can see us getting people to fill those spots.
And then also getting the board of directors to increase the budget is the other big hurdle.
Well, that's always a big hurdle.
Yeah.
It's not a hurdle for me, it's a hurdle for you.
You're a good man, Deputy Chief. We're lucky to have you.
Okay. Anything else? Okay. Parks and Recreation, any questions? Ask?
I
Anyone
did have a
add
report,
anything?
I did have a report in the packet,
Right.
and I did note that our new public works
full-time position is filled and, that individual started today. Our seasonal staff will start next week, so, once those three start, obviously we'll be able to hopefully keep up with everything that's going a little easier. And that's about it right now.
Okay, any questions? Okay, thanks. Okay. Planning and development, anything you want to add?
Just a reminder that the corridor plan public hearings are next Monday. It's actually over at Weston Lanes, 5 o'clock and 7 o'clock. And then I also just wanted to, I guess, announce that Emily did pass her AICP test. So she's now a certified planner.
Good for her.
Good. Very good. Okay, any questions, comments? I just got one. You said 5 and 7. Do we, the board
5
go out?
o'clock is the Schofield Avenue and the Weston Avenue will start at 7 o'clock.
Okay. Okay, so that. All right. Police, anything, chief?
Yeah, I did have a
Sheriff
couple,
or whatever.
a couple quick things. I did submit a report, just as a summary. We responded to 1,447 calls for service in the month of April. Of those, 1,059 were in the village of Weston. I did want to give you a little update on some staffing. Up until this past Saturday, we had 7 officers out of our patrol schedule, and that's 19 are in our patrol schedule. The 3 officers that were involved in the shooting are doing very well. They were back on the road on Saturday. We had a very busy weekend, but they seem to be doing well. But of course, I have an off-duty injury now, so we're back to 5 out of the patrol schedule, or I don't know how long. 2 of those are vacancies that we are unable to fill because we're not getting applications. We do have one position or one applicant that we're gonna interview later this week. 2 in field training, and we're doing a background on another candidate now. So it's been difficult beginning of the summer. We've been running at minimums, which is 3 officers for the village, the town, and the city. We are forced to fill them with overtime even. Today we had another overtime fill, that's just to get us to 3. Just a couple things that I think we're seeing as a trend is meth is a major issue in all our communities, including ours. It's a driving force between a lot of our problem and high-risk calls. We're seeing more resistant people. Our use of force reporting is up. I think my operations captain has 4 or 5 use of force reviews on his desk currently. As an example, we had 2 pursuits in the last month. We have a very, very restrictive pursuit policy. And those both met our policy, so that's unusual. When we used the pit maneuver to spin out a vehicle in Grand Avenue, that was very successful. Not to mention our shooting that we had on April 23rd. Couple other things I wanted to address besides math is our mental health issue. Those things in combination seem to be a common occurrence, really. We were dealing with a person that all weekend that we were still dealing with today. And part of the issue is some of these other entities that we're trying to, we're essentially, I view it kind of more as a referral agency. We refer to the DA's office, we refer to social services, we refer to the mental health experts. We had a meeting recently with our jail administrator or deputy chief and the DA's office on some of the problems we're seeing as Attorney Savakis kind of noted to earlier about our backlog at the courts and our judges. Our jail population, essentially what we've been doing for the last year is issuing summons unless it's a violent felony. So we have cases that we're running into the same person 8-10 times that are committing non-violent crimes, even felonies. Possession of meth is a felony, but non-violent. And they have warrants for their arrest that they're not allowing us to take into jail because they're full. And those jails are failure to appear for court. So it's a problem that we're trying to work through. And really all that backlog puts the pressure on our patrol staff because we're the ones dealing with the same people over and over and over. And essentially, we're giving them a slip that says, you're in trouble again and don't do this again and go to court, even though they have a history of not doing that. When all that stuff is gonna get sifted out, I have no idea.
So is that a result of the fact that the county is not accepting I guess, non-violent offenders in the jail? Is that what's happening?
Yeah, as we're talking through this, there's several issues that we're seeing. Number one, the jail population had, at one point a month ago, 57 inmates out of their 220 that were waiting to be put in prison, and the Department of Corrections was not coming to get them.
Okay.
Some of the other issues is COVID protocols. When we bring somebody in, they have to be isolated, and some of the other issues is bed space. We have inmates, I think there's 220 out of 240 that are sitting on, waiting to be sentenced. Inmates that are in jail for 1,100 and some days. So those are all those issues that we're trying to understand that are really outside of my scope of control, but want to bring our experiences to the table to help let the judges and some of the other players understand what we're facing, and the impact that we're seeing on the streets is we're dealing with the same people. We're really going, there's a swing to go towards a lot of rehabilitation and deferred judgment programs, which are all great. But there are a percentage of the population that the only way they're not going to commit a crime is when they're behind bars. And that's just the reality of it. And those are the ones that we're dealing with. Nuisance issues, I had this discussion with Schofield. Please keep in mind that we will address those. We did have a lot of, kids running around this weekend. We had home windows broken out, mail stolen, we had graffiti, we had parks vandalized here in Weston and Schofield. Some of that as a result of 3 officers going to calls being reactive versus no officers on their patrolling, looking or being proactive. So those are some of the things that I'm gonna talk candidly with my finance coming up. I did not forget about your question that you posed back in January. My finishing touches are coming together on I don't want to call it a presentation, but more of an informational packet on where we stand regionally, locally with our staffing and really what service you're getting. We are getting more complaints from the public about why aren't you patrolling our businesses, and those are just a few of the things that we're kind of struggling with. So one other issue that we're looking at is we have a community service officer position that is vacant. And right now, I am not filling it because calls for service on the street are more important than our community events. And I think now more than ever, we need community events. So that's a balance that we're trying to strike. So even though we don't have any applicants really to fill the vacancies, I think we'll get there, but it's been challenging.
Chief Schultz, to say that things are challenging for the police profession right now is a massive understatement. Especially when it comes to use of force, and I don't think that the public understands a lot of the nuance and guidelines that go into that. Could you just briefly explain just some use of force guidelines so that the public watching this and the public in the room have a better understanding?
Yeah, Wisconsin, actually, we're seeing a lot of the use of force reporting system being pushed down from the federal government right now. And really, Wisconsin has been a leader in some of these things for a long time. Everest Metro has had a use of force review policy since it's at least 11 years, if not longer. So any use of force, we have a very, very, very formal process that we go through. And that's essentially anything that gets hands-on, where you start using pepper spray or taser or batons or directive control maneuvers to the ground. So those things are looked at to make sure they fit the policy. If they don't, they follow the proper form of discipline or counseling, whatever we deem necessary, which is based on the severity of the offense. It is making it easier now with our squad cameras. Our body cams are been in a box for longer than I'd like care to say because of software issues, and I think it's the same issue you're seeing with your chassis, and you can't get anything anywhere from anybody. Everything's back ordered. So we take that very seriously. Some of the mandates you're seeing even at the state level that are coming down, you know, the general public doesn't know that most states or most departments in the state have had that enacted forever. You know, the chokehold stuff and all that stuff is it sounds like it's great legislation, but the reality is we've been doing that for decades. So the control mechanisms we have in place are there for a very good reason and have been there for a long time.
One of the major problems that I see personally is that a lot of the things that we, and having grown up from a law enforcement family, is that these are sort of the things that we understand and sort of take for granted, and we're very lucky to have had such a long string of good chiefs and a very strong ethical department. And sometimes it's easier to forget that a lot of communities don't have that for one reason or another.
I'll give you really one quick example. We had an incident a couple of weeks ago at a bar in Schofield. He pulled a knife at the establishment, was asked to leave, didn't leave, threatened to come back as he went in his car to get a gun and shoot up the place. Of course, we got called there. It's in the pouring rain. We had a conversation with him at the window. We asked him 39 times to exit the vehicle within 2 minutes in the pouring rain, and he still failed to comply. We ended up breaking out the window and pulling him out of the car. But the point is even though it was in the pouring rain, our review process, we counted. It was 39 times to get out of the car. So that may be a little overboard, but to the point is that we obviously want compliance.
Exactly.
You know, and we'll spend a lot more time to gain compliance than to jumping too soon to force, so.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Anything else? Okay, thank you. Public Works. Anything to report? I keep looking at Keith when I say Public Works for so many years.
Old habits die hard.
Yes, yeah.
No, I guess our capital projects, some are starting to wrap up here. The Weston School neighborhood. The last layer of asphalt on Kennel has been put down. The restoration crew's been out planting the replacement trees, and this week the ditches should all get final rake and hydro seeding done. So that project itself should be done. As mentioned earlier this evening, the Crestwood Acres project has started. So it's I guess the tree clearing, the removals that began later last week, and then work on the underground infrastructure should be starting later this week. The crew's working on getting a fire hydrant replaced at Douglas Lane and Camp Phillips Road today to set up the temporary water services. This crew will be doing it a little differently, where the temporary water, they'll be connecting to everybody's curb stop versus an outside hose spigot. So I think that should be a little more, reliable and hopefully a little better service for those residents when they're on the temporary water service. So it'll be a direct connection still into their lateral versus coming through a hose on the outside of their house. So it should be less pipes laying around in the grass as well. So definitely the question on the sidewalks has come up with some of the residents. So that's the topic to discuss a little later too. The Callan Avenue project over by Swiderski's new development. We had a walkthrough for the punch list last week, Friday. Unfortunately, the asphalt paving for the multi-use path is behind schedule, so that wasn't done yet. So we'll have to do another punch list walkthrough, likely later this week once that's done. And I guess just one project out there that it's in our TIF 1 project plan is the reconstruction of Weston Avenue between Alderson Street and Birch Street. It's a joint road where the north half is in Rothschild, the south half is in the village of Weston. In talking with the administrator and public works director in Rothschild. We're working on a some kind of cooperative agreement to hopefully bring to the June meeting, to discuss how we could share in those costs. For us, it'd be a TIF expense. Rothschild, I guess however they choose to fund the project, but knowing that, we got our window closing, we wanna make sure we get those items in place sooner rather than later. The goal is to be able to have an agreement in place so this fall is when a lot of the DOT grant cycle starts coming through, so with a joint project, we feel we'd have pretty good success rate at being able to get some kind of grant funding for that project as well, so I guess just a heads up on that one.
Question for Mike. But did you have that amendment reviewed by attorney? What was his response?
Yeah, so I was gonna bring that up when we got to that one on the agenda for well 7 and 8. The scope of work, the cost estimate is fine. He said we should just work through getting a revised contract put together and not have it as a change order or an amendment to the original contract, but to have it as a new one. So I guess when that one comes up, it's just the recommendation. I think I have it worded pending attorney review, so it would just be getting a new contract in place for that scope of work.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Anything else for Michael?
I guess just one thing to add, this was our first spring pickup where we had both of the swap motor leaf vac units in service. And we finished the yard waste, the leaf portion of that on schedule. I think that's the first time we finished on schedule in the past 8 years, but we also had 0 breakdowns of the equipment, so I guess.
Well, people were getting used to having time.
Yeah, so I guess, the crew thanks you for, getting us the equipment that'll run and provide that service to residents on a reliable basis, so.
Question on the salt shed.
Yeah.
If you remember back at our March or April meeting, you said that if it snowed again, it was your fault. Is that still going on? If it snows again, is it still your fault?
I really hope at this point, when we have these 70-some degree days, that we shouldn't see snow again until hopefully November, but if we see any of the white stuff, I guess you can blame me.
All right, thank you. Public Works, I did that one. Technology. Ed, any questions? Alrighty. Work product transmittals, I'll get my April building permits. Then there was the April status report and draft of 2020 fund financial statements. What's your pleasure? Want to do them separately or as one?
Move to approve 36, 37, 38.
Second.
Motion by Yi, second by Nate.
Aren't those, Madam Chairman, isn't that acknowledgement?
Acknowledge. I'll change it.
Acknowledge, yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, consent agenda.
Oh, we started going.
Oh, yes, we do. It's been a long day already. Okay, do I have a motion?
Yes.
Second, and on the question, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? So carried. Thank you, Lauren. I know that's but, okay, consent agenda, try again. Is there any items that anybody would like pulled out of the consent agenda? Okay, what's your pleasure? We have.
I move to approve items 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48 is acknowledgement, and 47 is acknowledgement. Did I get them all? E?
Think so. I hope so.
Okay, a motion by
I'll
White,
second.
second by Maloney. On the question?
Did you say baloney or Maloney?
Maloney, my mouth
right,
is
thank you.
dry.
I also heard the baloney.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, they said they heard baloney too, but okay.
For old punch drunk.
Yeah, my mouth is dry and I'm just trying to, okay, I have motion a second. On the question, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Opposed?
Aye.
So carried. All right, ordinances. Ordinance number 21-01, an ordinance amending chapter 74 subdivision regulations, section, 74.2.04, 74.3.03, 74.12.0, 74.1.02, and 74.13.04, and figure 6.06, minimum public street design requirements to include language relating to the new PD plan development district added to chapter 94 zoning.
I will make the motion.
Motion by Yi,
I don't want to repeat the whole thing, but.
Second.
second by Husheng. On the question. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Oh, opposed? So carried. Item 51, ordinance number 21-011, an ordinance amending chapter 94 REPD planned development district. What's your pleasure?
I move to approve ordinance number 21-011, amending chapter 94 per the planning commission recommendation.
Second.
Motion by White, second by Feeny. On the question? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? So carried. Resolutions. Item 52, resolution number 2021-010, approving the employee 2021 compensation adjustments. What's your pleasure?
Point of order. Can we have resolutions with the same number?
No, you mean, depends upon if they're prefaced by like PC or.
Okay, because we just passed 50 and 51 as 21-010 and 21-011.
But 51's an ordinance, isn't it?
That's an
Oh,
ordinance. Not amendment,
that would be
not a
why.
resolution.
Okay.
Okay,
It's been a long meeting, Nate, so.
yes,
And it's a Monday.
yes, okay. Now, okay, we have,
Okay.
did I get a motion on that
I'll
one?
make the motion to.
Motion by Yi,
Second.
second by Husheng. On the question?
On a question, I have one correction to make. There's a mistake on the 2021 recommended salary at this point for Leah Romanowski. It should be $17.50 per hour.
Okay, do I, how is
So we would have to amend it for
amend
this.
to amend to correct?
Right. Since you have a motion and a second, you can move to amend the motion.
Okay, I'll move to amend that, I'll move to amend to include the correction that was made by the administrator. And that would be part of my original motion though, is that correct, or we vote, or?
We vote on the amendment first.
First,
Just
yeah,
want to be
and I
clear.
need a second on the amendment.
I'll second it.
Okay, I got a motion, a second to amend for the administrator on the amendment.
I have a question.
Okay,
I attended the HR meeting, and this is to Keith. And there was, standard 2% raises across the board, and then there were some merit increases along with 4 bonuses. Was anything added to that after that meeting?
No, this change is actually, it was the recommendation to be 1% versus 2% on this particular employee. Did you,
No, I saw all the merit increases. I saw the several bonuses. I saw the 2%. Now with this amendment, were there any more merit increases other than that was disclosed and sent out at that HR meeting afterwards?
no, anything further would be at a future meeting of HR and the board.
Okay, thank you.
okay.
On the amendment.
Now on the amendment, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? So carried. Now on the
Motion as
On the
amended.
motion as amended, I need a,
There's a motion already. Oh, yeah, there's a motion, a second.
I move the amended motion.
Actually, you don't
Yeah,
have
we
to.
don't.
Yeah, you don't have to, we had a we
No,
had
the
a
vote on
motion.
the motion as
A
amended.
yeah, now a vote on the motion
That's what
as
I-
amended.
yeah, that's what
There
I
we
was
go.
trying to do.
Okay,
I move,
no, you
No,
don't have to.
there's already a
It's-
motion.
We got the first, we did the motion and second on the motion, on the resolution.
so we're voting on the
And
motion.
then we had an amendment. We voted on the amendment, but now we have to vote just
On
on
the
the
original
motion as
as
amended.
amended.
Right, that's,
And you don't need a motion.
okay.
Okay, so on the question, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? So carried. Those are so fun to get your, I'm always okay with the amended, and then when we get
So
over
we
to
need to
the,
get amendment to the amendment.
yeah, then it goes, yeah, okay. Item 53, resolution number 2021-01, authorizing resolution for special assessments for street improvements for the Crestwood Acres Neighborhood Reconstruction Project. What's your pleasure?
Trustee White, your understanding of Robert's rules is more up to date than mine. Because this directly affects my living space too, I have to excuse myself.
Generally, if you have what's called a pecuniary interest and of you and or a direct family member, you should recuse yourself. You don't have to leave the room. You can leave the table and sit in the audience.
Okay, then because I have that interest, I will excuse myself for the duration of the debate.
Okay. So what's your pleasure? I need a motion or?
Okay, I'll move to approve resolution 2021-011, authorizing resolution for special assessments for drive approach construction for the Crestwood Acres Neighborhood Reconstruction Project per the recommendation of the Public Works and Utility Committee.
Okay, motion by White.
I'll second.
Second.
I'll second.
Okay. Motion by White, second by Minell on the question.
On the question, Mark Maloney here. Steve or Michael, are we gonna take like a common sense approach on Douglas? I was in there Thursday and Friday. I drove around, I walked around. I had several phone calls. And right now, the neighbors on the south and the north side of Douglas, some of them feel pitted against each other because some are gonna gain land and some are gonna lose land. Are we gonna somehow, I mean, how do you feel we're gonna handle this other than just change? I mean, these homes were built when these roads were put in. If that road was put in correctly, those homes would have never been built where they are today. So I truly feel for these neighbors that are gonna lose so much land and on top of it have a sidewalk going right past the front of their house. So I just need to understand what we're trying to do to resolve that for especially Douglas. Now, the rest of the subdivision, I know this is horrible. It's like a war zone right now. And it's going to increase property value. But for the next year or so, it's really rough. I've been through a few of these and it's just horrible. Over by Kennedy, that was just a mess. And we had several neighborhood meetings and I thought Michael did an excellent job explaining some of the things. I think what one of the people said tonight that maybe we should have got out in front of this and had some detail on their yards so they truly understand what to expect. Whether it would have stopped the project or not, I'm not sure. But Keith, can you at least talk a little bit on the possibilities or options we have on Douglas?
Well, as we talked about this last week, we were trying to find a way to, what made sense in terms of maybe not relocating Douglas to the center line of the existing right of way. I know we were talking with one property owner who was most significantly affected by any additional right of way we may acquire. I think Michael had a meeting earlier, just before tonight's meeting. I have not been able to talk to Michael to understand what happened. But it would be our intention, yes, to work out something that's a little more, if you want to say common sense, yes, but I don't know that we would be think if we were gonna acquire some right of way, we would propose to do that at whatever fair price would be, and, not propose any, vacation of right of way.
Right, well, if we sit the north and the south side down together, they may agree together. I mean, prior to this project, they were all living as a neighborhood, and I mean, people were doing stuff for other people, saying hello and all this stuff, and now all of a sudden, I believe the north side is going to lose, 12 feet or a little bit more, and the south side is going to gain that. And none of those neighbor people knew that prior to this project, and everything was fine. And I really hope common sense, pulls through here, and that we can, work this out with that neighborhood. So that's my 2 cents.
Yeah,
So, yeah, I guess we're trying to do that. Michael, you can fill in the
Yeah,
blanks, I guess.
I mean, I did briefly meet with the neighbors on the south side of the road there, so, I mean, in this spot here, the road is, essentially on the property line. I guess with the road profile of, a sidewalk, the ditch section, the street, ditch section, sidewalk, the total width of kind of what we're working with is 59 feet from back of sidewalk to back of sidewalk. So with that existing right-of-way being only 60 feet wide, we kind of, if we're sticking with the proposed layout there, it does utilize that full right-of-way. So in talking with the neighbors on the south side, they had asked if we could kind of stake out, so they could get a little bit better of a visual of what that may look like if we did look at purchasing, another 10 or 15 feet of right of way on the south side, so that the road kind of stays in that same spot, it's just that, over here, the sidewalk maybe moves, if you can see on the screen here, something like this, and then match in around this, area in between those driveways there to try to keep the road a little more south through this curve so that there isn't as big of an impact to this north side here. However, the road at Kirk Street is gonna still have to shift south, cause, adding sidewalk to, if you think a ditch and a sidewalk, that's another 15 feet here. I don't think anybody would be happy with trying to keep that road center line there, so there the road center line is, in my opinion, it has to come south at Kirk Street, but, we can look and see, what we can do on the south side, I guess at the same time, that's the.
And you have to have it ditched, you can't do a curb and gutter and give up that space?
I mean, the ditch is 10 feet wide, I mean, we can look and see what we can do to shrink it up, but even if we had curb and gutter, I mean, we're not gonna wanna have sidewalk right up to the back side of, a curb, cause then when we plow snow, it ends up right on top of the sidewalk.
Like it does on Camp Phillips right now.
Correct, yeah. So we try to keep that boulevard at, usually a minimum of 8 feet, but 10 is, preferred, just so as the snow comes off, residents aren't, shoveling the windrow snow off the road, off the sidewalk as well.
To help this matter, do we put a sidewalk on only one side of Douglas and forego the other side? I'm just talking out loud. And how wide are those roads now? And how wide will the roads be in our design? Only the roads, not curb to curb or ditch to ditch. Only the roads.
Yeah, so the existing pavement varies between about 22 and 24 feet. What we're proposing a 26-foot wide road. 24 is our minimum. I guess we could look at, squeezing that down another 2 feet.
okay? I mean, like right out in the Sandy area where I live, I mean, those roads are 34, I believe, with no sidewalk. And I wish we would have done a 24 or 26 back in the day and then did the sidewalk. I think it would have made a lot more sense, but right now we have wide. So I'm just glad to hear that they're at that 26, but maybe we do 24 and grab 2 more feet. 2 feet on some of these instances is an awful lot of space. So I don't want to get too windy here, but you know, like the gentleman said, you know, I believe we are going to put sidewalks in there. I think this is for the future. This is not about the present or you know, someone that's in their home for 5 or 10, maybe even 15 more years, but it's for the people 20, 25 years down the road. And, you know, they're selling these homes and buying these homes. And then all of a sudden we have the same issue we have out in, you know, in the Sandy areas out there with 700 homes with no sidewalks. And there's a lot of residents out there that don't know the story, but they don't understand why there's no sidewalks out there with all of those young children that are everywhere. And it's a really big safety issue. So that's my 2 cents. Thank you.
Lauren?
I think back to the plan commission dealing with the Dominica Street problems where the road it wasn't the road that was in the wrong place, the home was put in the wrong place. So I think every time we can avoid these conflicts is a good thing, because somewhere down the line, somebody's gonna come to sell their property and say, hey, wait a minute, my property line's in the middle of the road.
Yeah.
I mean, these houses do meet the minimum setback. They are, you know, both 30 feet off the road. I mean, they're right at 30 feet.
Yeah, I can see that, but I'm still talking about where the property line comes.
When you say road, you mean right of way,
The right of way, correct, yeah.
property line.
Property line.
So despite the fact the road is off, they still meet the setback from the right of way to answer President Maloney's question there?
I would hope that you would work to see what you could do, but still, you know, go
Sure.
forward.
I think that that's certainly the message we're trying to give the board tonight, is that we're trying to find that compromise.
Because it's, you know, I follow it. I had my mother-in-law's bedroom was in one yard and somebody else was in another yard, and it's not easy. This is even more difficult because you're dealing with the street. Our road was off. So.
Well, you know, back 50 some years ago or 60 some years ago, when this, you know, neighborhood went in, and, you know, I believe it was you know, a longstanding, you know, family that put that in, somehow, some way, you know, we missed it. You know, we were a township then, but we missed it. We missed where that road went. We didn't measure it out the correct way, just like in Dominica. We missed it. We missed how that building got built and how big that house got built and where the garage was. But somehow, some way, we didn't catch it. And right now, I believe we catch a lot of stuff, and we work with builders and construction all the time. And I think we have a better staff that actually checks this stuff. But you know, back when Dominica House was built, we missed it. Back when this neighborhood was done, we missed that road. And I just believe we've got to, you know, help and do the right thing. Thank you.
Okay.
We're still
All
on the
right,
question?
are we done with the question? Any other questions, comments?
Is there a motion and second on that?
Yes, there is.
Yes, I had put it down, so there better be.
I think the resolution adopts the plans as they are presented.
Okay, can we put amendment work with Douglas?
That's what I'm asking, or that's what I'm suggesting as you make it.
I can't remember who made the motion.
I made it.
Okay, you want to amend to include,
I can't recall who seconded it. It's been so long.
I was
Second then?
I think I made the motion.
White and then second by Manel.
okay, I was thinking, but I couldn't remember who did what. Okay, so would you like to retain that motion or amend it to include, working on Douglas to
With the exemption of Douglas?
You're trying to make the motion a little more complicated than it was.
Yeah.
I'm gonna let my motion stand unless somebody wants to.
I'll make the motion to amend, with the exception of Douglas Road, right? Is that, am I? Douglas Lane, is that the term we're looking for?
Yeah, but, no, I don't think.
With
all the negotiation.
Yeah, with the exemption of Douglas Lane and directing, staff to work with the residents, residents?
Work with.
Yes.
Work with the residents to address their.
Each of the center line of the street.
The location.
It's to minimize impact of the properties, I guess.
Let's go with what Keith said. I think that's close enough.
Okay, I have a motion to amend.
I'll second.
I have a second. Husheng? Okay, Mark, yeah, go ahead.
Does it have to be the same people amending, correct?
No.
No.
Okay, then I'll second.
I've got a motion in the second.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Yeah. Okay, I have a motion in a second on the question,
On the amendment.
on the amendment.
Question.
Okay.
Quick point of clarification then for people in the audience, so I guess the plans as they are have sidewalk on both sides of the road, so.
Yeah.
If the resolution is approved, that's what you guys are approving, is to
Right,
continue
right,
with that.
with dealing with the problems on Douglas, trying to make it more, I guess.
Trustee Zagami has a question.
Okay,
No.
no, okay, I have
Okay,
a
never
motion, a
mind.
second on the amendment. On the question, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Now on the amendment now on the motion as amended. What's your pleasure?
You want to call for the vote, Mr.
Yeah.
Mr.
You don't need a motion, you're not done.
No, I guess,
Call for the vote.
what's the vote?
You call for a vote.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? So carried. Okay, let's not have any more amendments. Jeez. Resolution number 2021-012, village donation policy.
I'll make a motion to approve the draft donation policy.
Would you
I'll
like it
second
for?
that.
I would like to
I
have
believe-
it forwarded to.
I actually believe, Sean actually forwarded to her. Did you not, Sean?
What's that?
Was the village donation, policy supported to the attorney?
It was not.
Oh, okay, I lied. I will withdraw my motion. I will withdraw my motion.
Why?
Well, no, you can make
could
the
amend your
motion, but you
I
have to
will
send it to
withdraw my
the
motion
attorney.
and I will make a new motion to
Oh.
forward the village donation policy to the attorney for review.
Second.
Okay, motion by he, second by me.
I just
On
want
the
to,
question,
I want to make a comment. A lot of the work was done by Sean and I have to give him a lot of credit for it because when the village, the Parks and Recreation Committee met, we were prepared to talk about it, but Sean already drafted up all our concerns, so I give him a lot of credit for that, so kudos to him.
all right. Thank you, Sean. Okay, on the question, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? So carried. Resolution number 2021-013, proclaiming May as Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month.
Move to approve resolution number 2021-013, proclaiming May as Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month.
Motion by White, second by Husheng. On the question, all in favor
I have
signify.
a question. I have
Okay.
a question. Does the village of Weston at this time have any resolution proclaiming a month or a heritage month in any way as this one is today?
No, I don't think so. Anybody else know?
Not that I'm aware of.
My knowledge.
Okay, I'm just troubled because I believe I'm representing the entire village and all the people of the village and all the races of the village and all the genders of the village. and I am troubled by this resolution for the Village of Weston.
Okay,
Just my thoughts, just my opinion.
anybody else got? Okay. Okay, we had the motion and second on the question. All in favor,
You can have a
signify.
roll call vote on that?
Can call for a vote if you wish.
Would you like a roll call vote?
Sure.
Ermeling,
No?
Feeny,
Aye.
Maloney,
No,
Minell,
No?
White,
Yes.
John,
Yes.
Zagami.
Yes.
I have
3 to 4.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 yeses. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh yeah, I have 4 yeses. Take it back.
And say it 3 to 4.
3 to 4.
Okay, motion carried. Item 56, resolution number 2021-014, condemning violence against the Asian American and Pacific Islander communities. What's your
Move to
pleasure?
approve.
I will second
Motion
it.
by Bouchang, second by Yi. On the question,
again, Maloney has a question. Chief Schultz, are you still there?
Yes, sir.
Is everything in this resolution condemning violence already in the books? And everything is, we already have statutes, I mean, burglary, everything, murder, violence, harassment, everything is in the books right now that we can, handle by ordinances for everyone, all people that live in the Village of Weston currently, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. I cannot support this, and it's just my opinion.
okay. Did we have a motion? I can't remember.
Yes.
Yes, we did.
we did.
Zagami, second.
Okay,
Roll call vote, please?
All right, Ermeling,
I,
Feeny,
Aye.
Maloney,
No,
Minell,
No?
White,
Yes.
John,
Yes.
Zagami.
Yes. You missed Finney.
motion,
No, I said yes.
Oh, you did?
Yep.
I
Okay.
have 5 yeses.
okay, motion carried. Item 57, resolution number 2021-015, creating a nonpartisan procedure for the preparation of the state legislation on congressional redistricting. What's your pleasure?
Move to approve.
Motion by Nate. Do you have a second? I'll second it.
I'd just like to point out that this is not a partisan issue in any way, shape, or form. 51 counties have already passed that, including Taylor County, where President Trump won 71.6% of the vote. Oconto, where former President Trump won 68.89% of the vote. Green Lake County, where former President Trump won 67.17%. Clark with 67.14%, and Rusk with 66.67% of the votes. So I know some people believe that this is a partisan thing. It is not. There's 51 counties that have already adopted this, and with redistricting being once every 10 years, I believe now is the opportunity for this resolution.
Mark Maloney here. I also have something to say. I believe it is, and I'm not gonna into an argument, but I just do not agree with you, Nate. And number two is, this does not belong in the Village of Weston. This resolution is a state issue. It has nothing to do here. And all it is doing is adding a little relevance to the person that put it on the board as a resolution.
Excuse me?
And I'm talking. I'm not going to argue with. You had your opinion, and I am having my opinion. I absolutely do not believe this is necessary or prudent to have for the village of Weston at all. It is my opinion, and it's not up for discussion or debate or argument. Thank you.
Really?
Okay, any other comments? I guess I want to make, I have been against gerrymandering from day one. I don't think it belongs anywhere. Even on county level, several years ago, there were board members that didn't want their district to be taken away from them in a sense by gerrymandering the borders. And I was at the executive meeting and I was the only one that stood up and said, there should not be any lines of district lines on that map. When the planning committee, when they're did that, they should be doing it by border, by population. It should have nothing to do with who is where. And this is exactly the same thing. And I think we have to stand up at some point, because I don't care what party it is in there and has control, it should not be done that way. And I guess I have a problem with it, and I've always had a problem with it. Okay, we have a motion and a second on the question. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
No.
Thank you. All right, unfinished business. Placement of a picture post in a village park.
Madam Chairman, I have a question on this.
Mhm.
Sean? Yes. Maintenance? Upkeep?
They have it all in their proposal that they're responsible for it.
Okay.
In the future, so, based on our recommendation would be that since they would maintain it, they would upkeep it, the recommendation from Park and Rec Committee was to allow it to take place.
Yes, that was it. So I'll move to approve the installation of a picture post at either Yellow Banks Park or it's the Silver Creek Memorial Launch.
I'll second.
Hang on, with the exact location to be approved by the park director as recommended by the Parks and Recreation Committee.
Okay, a motion, do I have a second?
Maloney did.
Okay, I'm sorry, Mark. Yes. On the question.
I have a comment. Just a real quick one. I know this is getting long, but I was really pleased to see this, and that this could bring a completely different group, excitement, passion to our parks. And I just think this is really exciting to have in our village and in our parks. And I applaud you, Sean, for having people reaching out to you and you bringing this to our board. So thank you.
Okay. On the question, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? So carried, although I'm leery of it. All right. Item 59, Yellow Banks Restroom Facility. What?
Well, as you see, there's pretty extensive background information on this facility. We had a pretty good discussion on it. Basically laid out 3 different possible options for future use of a restroom facility at this park. As far as, it's currently a pit restroom. It's been in service for 44 years. It's definitely outused a typical useful life of that type of facility. I can answer any questions regarding the information that's in the packet, but the recommendation out of the Park and Rec Committee at this time was to remove the existing facility and to provide 2 handicap accessible portable restrooms at this site.
Madam Chairman?
Yes.
Being on the Park and Rec Commission, we, or at least I felt that we should not spend a lot of money on this. And my feeling was that if and when we ever get water across the river, sewer and water, that we then properly put in a restroom. To spend, was it $100 and some thousand for
Yeah, I mean,
a rebuild on a pit toilet? We could rent porta potties for a heck of a long time for that.
yeah, our annual cost is approximately $2,000 for portable restrooms. And even with the pit, replacement pit toilet, we're looking at around 60,000. And that would be basically replacing the existing with a new version of that. But, like Lauren said, if sewer and water does go north of the river, obviously that takes out putting in a well and a mound system, takes out a tremendous amount of cost of a replacement facility.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Yeah, we also took into account the staff time to clean that location there as well too. And if we were to do a portable potty or portable restroom, they would be responsible for cleaning it as well too. So that we took account into staffing costs, cleaning costs, and for all that is included in the $2,000. And we figured that's a good deal for now until we look into possibly building a new running water restroom. So that was the discussion and the logic and rationale behind the Parks and Recreation Committee discussion.
Well, I'm just gonna I've been advocating this for years to do something because we had a family gathering and, you know, it was to the point, we had 2 people that were handicapped. And let me tell you, trying to use those restrooms, the women, you couldn't, it was near impossible. If we didn't do something with it, I guess I was thinking we had to either close it off and have no restrooms in there at all or whatever, because it was not a good thing. So I definitely approve. We've needed this for several years already.
So I'll make a motion to approve the removal of the existing structure and placement of a portable toilet at the portable toilet.
Okay.
I'll
motion.
second that.
Second by Maloney. On the question,
How many we put in there?
We're planning on putting 2 in.
2 of them?
Yeah,
And right now you have only 2 bathrooms too?
right, yeah.
that you can't.
And that's sufficient, right?
Yeah, that should be sufficient. We figure with a shelter on each side, we would put 1 on each side of the park.
All right.
But we also do have one at the disc golf course on the south side of the river too.
Okay.
That one's already there though.
All right.
Okay. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? So carried. Village memorial policy.
Yee, this is your turn now to talk about Sean. This is the one you thought you had before.
Yeah, so I have to give a lot of credit again to the Sean as well too for really putting the document together. So I have to give him credit for it. I know that the board here talked a little bit about making sure that we have some sort of procedure in place because we were getting not a lot, but some memorial requests as well. But this would basically, in a sense here, have established some sort of guidelines and procedures in place here. So I'll open up to anybody. If anybody has any questions, Sean will probably answer it a lot better than I would.
Okay, any questions or concerns? I guess I have some, yeah, I appreciate we finally got a policy because, but I guess I don't know. I'm getting a little concerned about, our parks becoming a bunch of memorial things sitting around, how do you say yes to one and no to another? But that's me. Okay, on the question.
I will make a motion to forward the memorial policy to the village attorney for review.
Motion by Yi.
Second.
Second by Husheng. On the question. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? So carried. YMCA donation request.
Move to approve.
Motion by Maloney,
Second.
second by White. On the question? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? So carried. Arbor Day
Proclamation.
proclamation. I'll get it.
Move to approve?
Motion by Maloney,
Second.
second by Yee. On the question? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? So carried. 63, well, 7 and 8 pump house, final design and bidding contract amendment. What's your pleasure?
I would like Michael to make, even though it's contained in the packet, a Reader's Digest version, please. Very short, big print.
So this is for the final design for, I guess, the well 7 and 8 pump house. I got a diagram in here somewhere. So looking at the south side of the Yellow Banks, well 7 will be positioned more or less just off the, kind of the downslope towards the river. Well 8 will then kind of be further on the southwest portion of the property, and a centralized pump house where each well will go to, for where it'll receive its chlorine, fluoride, those types of treatments, and then at that point it'll be pumped into the distribution system. So two of the items that came up at the Public Works meeting is the current design for the pump house had public-facing restrooms. So it was discussed if whether that still needs to be included in the design, or if we should just get rid of those and utilize the portable restroom as has been the practice out at the disc golf course. And then also, there was a proposed shelter with the well 7 being kind of in the middle of where the disc golf activity is taking place. We need to put a structure around it just to protect it. We thought initially it could be blended in with a shelter, we could fit a couple picnic tables, but again, if we don't think we need to put a shelter in right away, we can still have a smaller structure around the wellhead and, you know, well, I guess essentially not make much of a change to the existing disc golf layout.
Would it be a structure similar to what's at the cross on Bladel Street, that very small?
So that's a full well house. So
Smaller.
it'd be smaller if you're talking, yeah,
I'm concerned about security issues.
yeah, I mean, I should have had a diagram of and I guess a terminology for it sometimes is a dog house. You can think of a smaller structure that's maybe only, 3 feet tall and a couple feet wide, than a security door hatch on it.
Okay.
Referencing the one at the north end, this one, right?
Yes.
That would just, all it is to protect the well itself, not, it has nothing else, no other purpose. Okay,
It's just to keep people from, unauthorized access.
right.
I mean, that's what will be used for well 8, kind of out in the field, is just a smaller structure around it. So.
That answers my questions, thank you.
I guess my question is, if you did the little tables and that sounds good, and well, the restroom, I think that's just, you've got the porta potty and it's, you just got something more so for somebody to vandalize, I'm sorry, but that's.
Sure.
I don't know at this point that then even the tables, then you're going to have the park department over there, cleaning up, picking up, and at this point, to me, I think they've got enough on their plate, they don't need any. That's just.
Yeah, and I guess that's why, before we give them and say this is the final scope, we want these things included, I guess if we don't want those included at this time, pull that out. But I guess a couple of years ago, or maybe a year and a half ago, when we first discussed this, it seemed like a good idea, but I think with the way we've been looking at our operations, maybe is not something we want to do at this time.
Yeah, that's, I guess, maybe at some point, we look at something, but not. That's my fault. Okay,
Is that all the questions?
is that it?
And I guess the one thing is, as trustee Zagami asked earlier, we would ask for a new contract to be reviewed by our village attorney instead of just an add-on to, as a change order from our original master contract with them in 2018 for the overall system modeling and test well.
Okay, what's your pleasure?
Move to approve.
Second.
Shane, second by Nate. On the question?
Madam Chairman,
Yes.
can we have a statement of the motion? I mean, we've talked about several things here, so.
Yeah, so I have it in two parts on the RFC. The first is just to move to approve the, I guess, the scope of services and the price with AECom. And then the second part is either to include or not include the public restrooms at the pump house, and then either to have or not have the shelter included with well 7.
So, trustee Zagami, is your motion on the first part of this?
My motion is on the first part of it, yes.
Thank you for the clarification.
Yes.
Motion by, okay.
I'll be happy to read you the rest of it if you wish to.
No, thank you.
No, there was 2 sentences there, and I was wondering if you were going with the restrooms and everything, okay. Okay, we have a motion and a second. On the question, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? So carried.
We need another motion.
Okay, do we need another motion as far as the toilets and restrooms?
Yes.
Okay, I need a motion to approve or deny.
I think we had a discussion last time. Can we discuss that, or we should make the motion first, then we discuss it?
Yes, we'll make a motion first before discussing.
Or it dies.
Also, I'll move to approve the site design. How about,
To include or not include?
well, we have discussion over this. I mean, that's a problem.
You can discuss without making a motion.
Yes.
I'd rather to do that because I think last time we made it, it's not gonna be a public bathroom facility, am I correct? Or it is?
It is.
It would be a public bathroom facility. If you don't want the restrooms, we'd probably just remove the restrooms completely, since this well will be less than a quarter mile away from our new municipal center. I don't know if there's really a need to have public, private restrooms for staff to use there, as we would have a facility just down the road for staff use.
And even if you put it in there, can you connect that to the sewer, to the sanitary sewer?
Yeah, it'll be connected to the sanitary sewer anyways, because there will be a wash sink at the very least, for staff use as their, it's mandatory, we have that for sanitary purposes at all of our well houses. So it would be connected to the sanitary sewer, yeah. But we wouldn't necessarily put restrooms in it.
Okay,
I don't believe we need restrooms there at all. And Michael, at that meeting, I asked you how many requests you had or the village staff has had from residents, and we have had 0 requests for a public restroom. And like you said, as close as we are to our new building, I mean, there are tons of public restrooms out there that our staff can be using, in their travels. And I just think this is completely unnecessary. And if this was a private business, there isn't a chance that this would even be a discussion to be putting restrooms in there. Not at all.
Dan, you started to make the motion?
yes. So still we're gonna have that shelter in there, right?
That's up to you. I mean,
That's part of this thing.
Okay. So I'll move to approve the site design without a bathroom facility. It doesn't make sense.
Public restrooms. Actually, this probably should be divided into 2 parts.
Can I make a
You can
motion?
make the motion, phrase it however you want.
Can I,
No, you can't, because there's a motion on the table now.
not to include the public bathroom facility, but include the park shelter in there.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Second by White. On the question.
I need to understand,
What's the
we're
cost?
putting a shelter on this pump house?
That's what the motion is.
Mark,
We're
the
putting it-
reason I said, the reason I said have a shelter in there because of the golf disc in there. And people.
And there's no shelter there now, but we're putting a shelter there. How many requests have we had for a shelter there? Michael? Or Sean?
We have not received any requests for a shelter there.
All right, thank you. Thank you. I will
Let
be
me
voting
ask you a
no.
question. How many people use that disc golfing in there?
This golf's quite busy. There was a shelter design there that when the Yellow Banks master plan was put together, going on 3 years ago. It was part of the design, part of the master plan that was worked on by engineering firm. JSD. So that was included in there at that time. It was obviously a different design, but that was included in that master plan.
I just want to follow up on trustee Minell's question here. What is the cost if we were to not do the restroom, but to just do the shelter?
I mean, we're not even talking cost about the shelter. I mean, why, if nobody's asking for it, why should we spend money on putting it in?
So I guess just to clarify too, this is for design, so I mean, we can design it and get bids on it, you know, and then if the bids come in too high, you can always.
But if there's no need, what I'm saying is if there's no request for it, we have no need to even talk about design.
Just respond to your question. I don't believe there was any request for any shelter in this community. But we built it. We built it in Kennedy Park, we built it, I think, in Yellow Bank, we built it other place, but nobody asked for it. We provide that for the convenience of the public. And there are many people in there, they use this golfing. And I have seen it because I drive by.
Yes,
So in my opinion, I think it's a need for it to help the people in there to enjoy their outing there when they go playing disc golf.
So just for clarification here, this isn't for voting, you know, obviously to purchase yet, but more of the site, to get some, for the site design and the bids, et cetera, from there.
Right, they design it, we don't like it, we can take it out of the project.
But shouldn't it go to the committee for them to decide if it's needed or what should be in there and? I mean, it seems like we're doing this a little bit backwards. We're saying, yeah, okay, design something on there, and we're not giving the committee that's responsible for our parks to review it.
I think based on the picture they show us, they discussed that possibly.
I know.
Sean?
I mean, I'm not in favor of it, because I just feel that we're getting getting ahead of ourselves, just like we did 3 years ago. I don't know what we paid for that study, but obviously too much.
Let's not talk, you're putting salt on my wound, so.
I didn't know that,
Okay. So, Sean, have you discussed that? I'm sorry. Discussed it at your committee or at the meeting?
We have not discussed it particular to this project. So, there has been no recent discussion on it. It was obviously, Jen's actually looking to see if it was part of the corp that was developed in 2016, as far as future amenities at the park. So, if it's in the corp, in the master planning process, there was actually a couple of master plans worked on at that time. There was one by MITech and there was one by JSD. MITech started the project and then JSD took over the master planning process for the two parks at that time.
I've got Mark, Lauren.
Go ahead.
So the corp plan also included replacement of the restroom facilities at Yellow Banks, as I recall.
Right.
And
that's actually a piece of the comprehensive plan.
whole thing.
It was adopted as part of the comprehensive plan.
Okay, now ye, I'm sorry.
Oh, no, I was just gonna ask if the board would feel more comfortable if we forward this to the Parks and Recreation Committee for further discussion, bring back a recommendation, just throwing it out there to the board.
What's your thoughts?
Well, I think in order, we have a motion in a second.
Right,
We either have to act on the motion or
Right.
vote the
I
motion
didn't
down and
recall having
offer
this.
an
Did you
alternative.
do the second?
No, I didn't do the second, I think there was a motion.
I don't think he.
I thought that, Lauren, did you do that?
Lauren
I
second.
seconded it.
That's what I
Oh,
thought.
okay, I'm sorry, I thought he was still doing it.
So just,
Okay, Jennifer is, oh,
just gonna say,
Michael,
so this is what was included in our comprehensive outdoor rec plan. It included so this is the south side of the river. It included a pavilion with restrooms, a concession stand, interior storage, wayfinding kiosk, so probably a little more than what we're looking for at this point. So I guess that was the reason for why the thought of a pavilion was included in on this, with the well, to try to combine some of those, amenities together in one spot. However, with the well going there, the fact of having restrooms, you have to have separation distance between a sanitary facility for a restroom and a well, so that's why it went to the pump house. So I guess just to clarify why that was ever in there, it was just trying to stay consistent with our comp plan.
okay, well, I got a question for Sean, okay, Sean. you-
Yeah, and I mean, as Husheng has stated, I mean, our facilities are developed based on the use that we expect, based on the plans that we develop, that they will be used for. I mean, if you would have driven by Yellow Banks Park this past Saturday when they had their annual May tournament, they actually had the shelter on the other side, and they were walking up and down the path all day on Saturday as they were playing. And we did get a request recently for somebody that wanted to have a group of like 30 people have a gathering on the south side at the disc golf course for like a group. And I explained to them that there's not really the amenities there to do anything like that. There's no tables, there's no other facilities besides the disc golf course and portable restrooms. So just a couple examples of some of the stuff that does take place. I mean, we know they have league night out there every Wednesday night too. So there is, our development of the plans are based on the uses that we have within our parks, so.
Okay, so you wouldn't have a problem if there was one, you have enough staff, do you cut, or does the utility crew cut, or do we hire cutting of that area?
We currently mow it.
Okay, so you're out there, but I mean, there's always, like now, you're going to collect garbage.
We collect garbage there on Mondays and Wednesdays.
So there's nothing extra that you would, if you had some tables there would be nothing extra you're gonna be doing?
Well, of course, there's extra maintenance. So, you have the maintenance of another additional facility. So if you have tables out there, you'd have to refinish them occasionally, paint them, repair them. Same with the shelter facility, they're not indestructible, so,
Replace the roof every 20, 25 years?
painting, shingles,
Well, I'm
Stuff like
just
that.
wondering if you think there would be, I guess, I agree with you, funding the parks. Okay, now we got a motion and a second. On the question. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
No,
Okay, let's do it.
Division
Roll
of the
call.
assembly, please?
Yeah,
By roll call.
that's what I asked.
Ermeling,
No. Jeez.
Feeny,
Aye.
Maloney,
no,
Minell,
No.
White,
Aye.
John,
No,
and Zagami.
Aye.
I have 3 yeses and 4 nos.
I'll make a motion to forward this to the Parks and Recreation Committee for further discussion.
I'll second that.
Motion by Yi, second by Steve. On the question? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? So carried. right. At 64, special assessment method for Ryan Street Apache Lane Utility Looping Project. What's your pleasure?
I'll move to approve the special assessment method that was recommended by the Public Works Committee on May 10th, 2021.
Second.
Motion by
I'll
Wes, by Nate.
Second.
Just sit out, Mark.
No, that's okay.
Yes.
That's okay.
Yeah.
Nate, that's,
I'm sorry.
On the question,
On the question.
there was a couple recommended changes that were presented to finance tonight,
Yes,
which I think are in the RFC on this item, in your packet.
okay, finance had made, some recommendations. I gotta stop and think again what the heck they were.
It was to clarify that, added item 2, assessments can be deferred to 10 years after initial billing. Connection will be required. And item number 3 in that bullet point would be by the end of the 10th year after the initial billing of the special assessments. Those were the modifications that were, they're actually in the RFC tonight here for you as well.
Well, I would like to amend my motion to include those points as pointed out by Mr. Donner.
Thank you.
I have an amendment. Do I have a
Second.
second? Second by Feeny. On the question? As amended, the motion as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? So carried. Now, on the motion as amended. Yeah. On the question? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? So carried. I said no more amendments. Did you get my memo?
It's like it's not supposed to snow.
Yeah, discussion on American Rescue Plan, ARPA funds.
Like I say, I just want to let everybody know that the village got reclassified. We're now, what is that called? We have bumped up and we are now directly going to be paid by the federal government. We have to actually apply for our funds and we have to follow a few more rules. It'll be a little bit more work intensive, labor intensive. But we did get an extra $700,000 because of the reclassification. Usually, only municipalities with a population over 50,000 were getting their aid directly from the federal government. But, we fell into there somehow, and so we will let you know. I did attach the document with the rules and how we can spend it. It's just very vague, so. Anything else?
I just have a question. Madam Chair. So I know that Marathon County and the city of Wausau are planning to do, well, so I think city of Wausau already did their, kind of their town hall meeting to get feedback from the community. Is that something we can do as well too?
I love it.
And it's just a question, discussion.
Is there a timeline though?
Oh, that's a good point. I'm not saying that we should do it. I'm just saying it's an idea.
I think funds have to be spent by 2024.
Right.
No, that was
Is it
beyond.
You're talking about the application process or are we talking about expenditures?
It's listed right there. It's 25.
It's supposed to be 2 disbursement periods, 2 disbursement occasions, right?
Yes, we get half the money the first time, so we gotta get the application process started. Prior to Friday, we thought we were non-entitled, meaning that we'd get our funds through the state. But after looking at the list again, we were moved to the entitled, the metropolitan area. So now we have to go through the process. There is time to hold town halls if that's what the village wants. At this point, I don't think there's anyone really screaming that they have a great idea for it.
I guess my question is, I mean, you have to, there's only certain things that you can fund with this. And so it's not like I can come in and say, well, I wanna, wanna build a park shelter or something over at the thing. I mean, you know, there is restrictions as to what this can be used for, and I'm not sure if even I would know enough to ask what I think should or shouldn't be done with it, to be honest with you.
Madam Chairman?
Yes.
So in, being at the Public Works meetings a lot, we talk about, well water treatment, how there's sequestering and buffering and these, it's, for me, that's an ideal expenditure. But it's my understanding that if it's something that's already budgeted or in a CIP, it doesn't qualify, it has to be something out of that realm?
We're not sure. All we know is, like, if we already borrowed for it, we can't pay the local payments with that.
Okay. Well, the other thing is like the utility extension under the Eau Claire River, well rehabs that we've done many times in the past. I mean, granted, not everybody in the village has municipal water, but I think one of the things we as a community are charged with providing is safe drinking water. And that's just my thought, is that's the first things that popped in my head, other than some project that, yeah, it'd be nice to have, but everybody needs water, even if it's from a private well or it's from municipal wells. I think water and getting rid of the waste.
The reason why I brought up the potential of even having a, just kind of like a public hearing or something so that we can hear some of the concerns and then maybe even applying something, applying some aid towards them as well to not, I know that everybody's struggling during this and we're trying to recover from this pandemic here. So it was just a thought, to get some feedback from the community. Since we, from my understanding here, we do have some time, I would be supportive of something like that so that way we can provide assistance to businesses. Maybe, I'm not very familiar with this as well either, but I'm looking into, there may be some help that we could provide to other struggling businesses or individuals or whatever in the community here, but just getting some feedback from the community would be nice.
I don't think that's a bad thing, I think it's a good thing because, but I think some people may be a little disappointed where we can't help them pay their mortgage or pay their rent or.
Right.
Because to be honest with you, that's probably what a lot of people are struggling with. But the rules of this, from what I understand, are it can't trickle down that far.
Right.
I guess.
I'm guessing.
I don't know if that's true.
Oh, now you're throwing a curve.
It's there to assist in the people who have been hit the hardest by COVID.
Okay.
But for us, we don't have the people or the manpower or really the organization to really develop a plan to use the funds that way. I mean, a lot of cities are already able to do that. I don't know if us as the Village of Weston can do that with our 2.2 million. I mean, Loss is getting 15 million. They have the capacity to look at the loans and grants. They already have CDBG programs, so they're used to looking at stuff like that. And I don't know.
To me, it likens back to the housing and urban development where they had home fix-up plans where you could get a grant to fix your home, put in a new furnace, put a roof on, those kind of things that for substandard housing.
Yeah.
But at this point, I can't see where there's enough detail that you can.
In the 151-page document, there's a.
Oh, is that all?
Yeah, there's a.
So smaller than our.
It is, it's
Board
not
packet.
big, but I've read through it and there's a ton of stuff that it'd be cool to do, but we're just not in a position to do something like that.
Thank you.
So I guess the only thing I would add though is I know we are listening or trying to understand how other communities are using this stuff. Now, whether or not we can, work together with somebody else, like Wausau or somebody too, in terms of how you might evaluate how it could get dispersed, I suppose that's an option. So I think we talked about that with, well, at one time we got the proposal to become a community block grant. But still, or a community or whatever, when we have those.
A housing authority
development funds.
Are you talking about?
But we really don't, we don't have programs like that established in Weston, so.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I guess, to me, I would, before I could even start discussing what I think we should or shouldn't be able to do with this, I think I would like to hear some ideas, maybe what, but I wanna know what we can do, I mean, are we able to do? Not, and then maybe make a list of some of the things that we can do and look at that list and say, gee, would we be interested in this, to follow it through? And then if we had at least a list, we could have a meeting of the residents to kind of look and say, well, this is, I mean, we probably don't have to do the whole thing because there's, like Jessica said, there's some things that we just don't have enough staff to do. And I mean, but if we have a list that we're just going, oh, gee, we got this money but can we do this? Well, we don't know. Can we do that? Well, maybe. And then can we have staff in order to do it? So I guess before we start having a public meeting, I'd like to kind of have a list of some of the things that we can or that we think we could do,
It's too overly broad right now.
Right,
I guess I would like to hear, not now, but for staff to go back to kind of do a little bit, as you mentioned, to do a little bit more research and figure out what we can spend that money on, and then we can talk about moving forward, because you're right, it is very broad right now, and I don't, if we were to say, where can we spend $1.5 million on, I wouldn't know where to start, because there's just so many projects things that we can do.
It's over 2 million though.
Roads.
Yeah, and then to top it all off, you've got this money, and then if you've got it in a budget or a plan somewhere, we don't know, can we or can't we use it? It might benefit and help this community, but if it's in the plan, who knows? So I guess before we start trying to do that, I think we need to find out what we can and can't do with it. Yes.
I brought up to the finance committee that I was concerned about expenditures under this program impacting our expenditure restraint program. Would it not? Who knows?
It will not. It will not. The way that we have it, like last year, when we got those extra funds, we gave some to the police and got some to Safer. We took those out of our general fund, we put them in a special revenue fund as recommended by the DOR. Because we already ran into that problem last year when we received those additional funds and had additional expenditures.
Because I know the expenditure restraint funds are fairly precious. We don't want to mess up that unless we absolutely have to.
80,000 is hard to fill when we don't get it.
Yes, I agree.
Okay. So, anything else on that, Jessica?
No.
Okay, any more questions for Jessica?
No, I think we can bring that back at the next meeting here with some more, defined, criteria, I don't know, guidelines.
Hello? Yes, this is President Melendi?
Yes, this is. Who is this?
This is Frank Roman with Ellers. I was just getting ready to join and the village's audio went mute.
Yeah, mine did too. I was gonna call back in. I thought.
There we are.
I thought.
You are on.
Are we,
So you're just in time.
are we back on?
We're just,
I'm not sure what happened there.
All right, I'm sorry for swearing.
okay, well, we're just now starting the item about the TIF grant philosophy. I was just trying to summarize a little bit what we talked about at finance tonight, that we want to tighten up our application process so that we do a better job of evaluating or determining whether an applicant meets the but-for test, or they need the money, that kind of thing, and I guess then also talking about our narrowing window with our expenditure period in the TIDs, 2026 being the sunset for our expenditure period, and then of course the retirements in 2031, I guess it is. So the voice you heard on the line here was Frank Roman from Ellers. I guess as we had asked Frank to be able to address questions from the board tonight, and he does have, I think, a short presentation perhaps of a couple slides maybe to talk about some of these options maybe and how we look at assistance. If the board wish to go through the presentation, I guess I certainly don't want people's time, especially the people that have helped prepare things for this meeting, to be wasted. And I see we have a couple people that are taking a little recess at this point here. So Frank, maybe.
I'm here.
So what we were trying to outline here, of course, was mainly what we wanted to focus on was our opportunity in TID number 2 for redevelopment. So we talked a little bit about that at finance tonight. I don't think there's a disagreement from the committee that we should explore what those possibilities are. We do need to go through a project plan amendment for TID 2 to just clarify that some of these redevelopment projects would be eligible. We were not of the opinion in reviewing it that the plan was adequate in that regard. But I think one of the question that staff had and wanted to make sure that we had talked with the board about was their agreement or disagreement with looking at different ways that we could possibly view these requests for financial assistance in the TID. And I know you had talked about having maybe a couple of general examples on how that may work.
Yes, what I looked at was just kind of giving a quick TIF overview, because sometimes, maybe everybody doesn't quite understand how that works. I don't want to elongate the process anymore this evening, but I could go through kind of quickly of how we look at this and how we evaluate the request for assistance and validate the but-for. And then I've got a couple examples of, your policy and Keith, we talked about, your policy specifies pay-as-you-go structures, but there's, as you mentioned, given the end of the expenditure period coming up in a few years, we talked about maybe some other ways we can take a look at this. So I can run through that as quickly as we'll work with everybody's duration here. So if that's good, I can run through real quick, and then if there's any questions after, we can do so.
Agree with that, everyone?
Yeah, go on.
Okay, go ahead.
Have at it, huh? Okay.
Yeah.
Have at it.
Fire away.
Can I share my screen here?
Yep, just a second. There you go.
Okay.
Frank, you need more light.
Is that showing up?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So first of all, we just said, how do we look at this project to see if it's going to require funds or not? We start out with a basic example of no TIF assistance is being made available, and does this satisfy the but-for question? This was based on another project, another community. I've just kind of altered it a bit to fit the situation we have in hand here. I didn't go through, all the uses of funds and development, hard costs and all that kind of stuff. I'm just kind of focusing on the capital stack here. So in this example, we're starting out with a But 75% loan right here. 6.1 million of equity, which is 20% there. And then adding to that, in this example, the developer had left their developer fee in, which is additional equity, for a total project cost of $30,500,000. And I don't want to get scary on this, but this is just, again, I'm going to run through this real quickly. If you want me to explain something, I will, but otherwise I'll try to not belabor the issue. But we've got a number of, studios, 1 bedrooms, 2s and 3s, various price points. We look at the dollars per foot and also the monthly rate here. Evaluated additional income that comes in. There is, in this situation, there was about 10,000 feet of commercial space, which adds to the cash flow. We get the total gross revenues here of $2.5 million. Apartments are a very popular product, and the vacancy factor on those has been generally 5% or less. Commercial banks will underwrite it at a 5% level at least. The commercial side, retail side has been a bit of a struggle lately. This is very conservative, at 25% vacancy on the commercial. We'll get your effective gross income of 2.35 million. We'll go down through, the various expenses on operating a property, utilities, maintenance, et cetera. There's a small management fee, the property taxes, we're going to focus on a little bit later. And then also the replacement reserves. Generally with apartments, we look at $250 per unit. And that's for, to prepare for not only the normal wear and tear items, carpeting and things like that, but also to address larger big ticket items like HVAC systems. The length of the evening's gotten to me too. So HVAC systems, roofing, et cetera, like that. So this is the net operating income we're going to focus on when we get down the road a bit here. So we always look at the operating expense ratio. How efficient is this developer, or is this project going to work? This is a little bit on the higher end of the range, but still within acceptable range. This looks like a lot, but again, I'm not going to try to inundate you with things. This the black line here, though, is the expenditure. I'm sorry, that's the end of your TID period. Your expenditure period is 2026. But as long as you enter into an agreement with the developer for a municipal revenue obligation or whatever it might be, before then, that expenditure can continue to be made until you get to the end of the TID period. So basically what this is doing, this is just 15 years of taking what we just saw as the pro forma expenses. This is the first year of kind of ramping up, and then stabilized operations. They just kind of flow through at a 2% inflation on both revenues and expenses for the apartments. Again, the property taxes we're going to look at in a second here. And this is where we want to kind of focus. Without any TIF assistance, the net operating income and the cash flow for debt service are going to be the same. Developer's mortgage, debt service comes out of here, and this is the developer's cash flow. You can see right here when the full taxes kick in, the full mortgage is in place, the returns are really pretty negligible. This last orange line here is the cash on cash return, which is just this cash flow divided by the equity invested in the project. This is very bare bones. It would likely not attract investment capital. The next page here is pretty simply the internal rate of return calculation. So this assumes that year 10, the project is valued, or capitalized value at 6% is about a $27 million. The cap rate here reflects the risk of the investment. A higher cap rate means a riskier investment. Hotels, for example, would carry a higher cap rate because of the more the transient nature of the leases, if you would. Apartments are sometimes below 6% in number of markets, but 6% is very fair for where we're at now. After we pay off the mortgage, existing mortgage, which has been amortized down, selling expenses, et cetera, we get a a net proceed. So as we go down to the bottom, this is the equity invested. That's a 6.1 million plus the deferred fee that's left in the deal. These are your annual cash flows, as we just saw on the previous page. And then the 7 million pop is from the sales proceeds up here. So the discounted factor on this, or net present value on this, would only return a 1.51% internal rate of return for that period. And again, that would be significantly below any investors' expectations. IRR expectations in this market now are probably between 10, 11% up to about 15 or 16%, depending on the product type in the market. So you can see without TIF assistance, this does satisfy the but-for question in pretty straightforward terms. What we've got here, and this first bit I'm going through is kind of going through our process of evaluating these projects. Again, TID 2 being a blighted TID, you've got 27 years here. We're assuming that there's some apartments on Schofield being contemplated. We'll assume that you get in the dirt some early this year, or right about now. This is work in place that the assessor will provide a value on, and then this second year is when the project's completed, and that would be more on the income approach for valuation. Now, you have to, out of this is the incremental values here. That is the values over and above the base land value of the current property. So that's almost $2 million right here that you're not able to have usable tax income in dollars with. So the total project would be 23 million, but because of this $2 million land basis, your incremental value is 21 million. And again, I'm not going to go through all these in the next couple slides. I just wanted to walk you through this real quick. So here's your TID, formed in 2004, expenditure period here 2026. The revenue period ends in 2032. Here's that base land value up here. We will assume a very modest depreciation factor of 0.5%. Current inflation is, from the Fed is, target is 2%, but we're just going to give it a kind of a nominal bump for over the years. There's the value that we just derived in the prior page. This is the inflationary adjustment or depreciation factor, and this would be the incremental value multiplied by the TID tax rate will give you the increment that's available for use within the TID. So, and I'm sorry, I'm kind of going through this fairly quickly, but so that's our process on this one. Without having TIF support on this, I'll get to an example of that next with that. So this next one will be if we do a PAYGO, and is that still showing on your screen?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. So again, the same situation here. You're still at the 6.1 million equity, and the deferred fee is in there. Same capital stack as before, so really no change there. What the difference is going to be is in the cash flows. This green line is where the TID cash flows are available, which I'm going to show you in just a second. But you can see that obviously you're bumping the distributable cash to the developer from $1.4 million to $1.8 million. Before his debt service. So it significantly improves his after the fact cash flow. So in the prior example, the cash flows were 1% or so. This is at least 5.25, gets up to 6, 7%. Now you're in the range where investor would be able to, or the developer would be able to attract investment capital to this project. The total of these PAYGO payments here is 3.7 million. This example, the developer was asking for a $3.5 million TIF ask. So either upfront at 3.5 or over time with an interest factor, which would be obviously much greater than 3.5 million. The total on that is 3.7 million, but you'll notice that the net present value of that is only 2.8 million. So there, because of the shorter time period that you have remaining in this TIF district, you're not able to provide the full amount of the incentive or the net present value of that. Similarly, the sales analysis, the same cap rates, et cetera, but you'll notice here we've got more cash flow because of the TIF support every year. And you'll see that the internal rate of return now moves up to 5.8%. It's still not in the sweet spot range, but it's much more palatable than the prior example with no TIF. This is where the magic happens. This is where we get to the cash flows from the within the TID. So again, these are just the incremental revenues that we saw just before. We've structured a municipal revenue obligation, which is basically the formal document that attaches to the development agreement, which evidences what the village will provide to the developer and as far as the projected cash flows of that. We have a principal figure, we have an interest figure at 4.5%. The total expenditures here are just a combination of those two columns. We'll also factor in a small portion for administrative expenses of the TID, which you already have with contributions from other projects within the TID. So in this example, because it's an example, and because we know that there's kind of a short tail on this district here, we just assumed a 90% of that available increment is made payable to the developer. The village will retain 10% of that for its uses as well. So here's the village's cumulative balances over here. You can see how that grows over time. But again, we're still short of what that developer's ask is because of this short expenditure period and remaining term. Developers ask is 3.5 million. They're only getting 2.55 million of principal, but the net present value of these two cash flows here again over time is only 2.4 million. So the developer's not getting the support needed to attract investment capital to this project. This is an example of the pay-as-you-go method. So they're only getting increment as they produce it per year. Next and last, almost last, I promise you. So I know that the village's TIF policy is to use the pay-as-you-go structure, and that's generally what we recommend as well, because it shifts the burden or the risk to the developer. The developer has to finance those funds up front, higher debt, higher equity, and then is able to reimburse himself over time from the pay-as-you-go. We talked about, because of the short term you have left, what if you did a grant from available funds within the TID? So this is just, again, an example of how this might work. So previously, you had a $6.1 million of equity, and you had a deferred developer fee here. Now we've reduced that equity amount and shown a $3.5 million grant there. Again, using the TIF funds. Still the same total dollars, same project cost. The loan is still the same, but the equity proportions are have changed markedly. I do want to point out, though, that in this example, and this is something we'll talk about as well, I always look to make sure that the developer has at least as much or more equity in the project as they do in getting TIF support. And that's the case here too, 13.5% versus 11.5%. And I know that's one of your policy issues as well. So to show you again how this works, this big ugly spreadsheet again. Now, because the money's given up front, there's no annual pay-as-you-go numbers here. So the cash on cash returns are still somewhat low until you get up and through here. But when we get through the next page where we show the internal rate of return, Now that's going to reflect all these payments compared against a lower equity figure. So he's going to have a higher return on these cash flows versus a lower equity amount. So again, 883 from internal rate of return when under the PAYGO scenario, because he wasn't able to get fully paid out on that MRO, was 5% something, and even less for the no TIF situation. So this just kind of shows you how you can, how an upfront structure like that could work. What we would suggest if you're going to do something like this is that the developer would have to perform before they would, you could make that that grant available to them. Generally, we would say you could do some thresholds. If say 50% complete on construction, you might make some of that available to them, or you could just say, which this example would be, you wait until the project is up, certificate of occupancy and starting operations, then you could make this available to them. That way they've got their project, their obligations are done, and now you can support the project at the end. So somewhere in between, could you do a partial upfront structure with a partial PAYGO? Certainly, and I think that's what we're trying to get to, is either just some examples of how this might work. I want to show you how we walk through our analysis, but also how we could maybe do a hybrid type of structure that would work for the village's standpoint, and also for the developer. So just real quick, I've summarized these returns here to put that back in front of you. And enlarge that a little bit. So under the first scenario with no TIF support, the equity was 25% of the total cost. That's one of your factors that you have in your current TIF policy. Would have to be at least minimum of 15% project cost. So obviously that passes that test. There's no net present value of the support, which is another one of your bogeys. So really no measurements there. But here's where you're showing just how really small the returns are to the developer, and likely would not get funded at this level here. Under the pay-as-you-go, same capital structure, same 25% equity. The present value of that TIF, of what we're able to run through, given the number of years we had left, is 2.7 million. It's not the 3.5 of what the developer was looking for. We always look at, again, like I said, equity as a percentage of the TIF. So that's equity is 2.7 times what the TIF support is. So again, that's a very positive factor. Again, in your TIF policy, you have a 75% rule, the net present value of the increment. This comes in slightly higher than that at almost 78%. And I think what we're getting to, and we're going to see, is that you'll probably have to make a variance to your TIF policy if you want to support some of these projects in one of these ways. There was the cash on cash amounts that we talked about, the internal rate of return of 5.8% under the pay-as-you-go method. And again, that didn't get fully funded because of the length of time we had left. And again, the last one was just an example of if you did a grant, the equity is lower. Now the equity here is 14%. It's just under the 15%. Again, an item of consideration should you debate to go this route. Obviously, the 3.5 million is present value. It's up front, but again, it's still exceeding the equity amount. 3.5 million, 4.125 million exceeds the 3.5 million by 1.8 times, 1.18 times. And then lastly, the returns on the TIF grant scenario. There's your IRR that would get them in the ballpark to make a successful project. So that was as succinct as I could make that. I hope that was okay. Again, we were looking at your, some of the requirements of your TIF policies in here too, and making sure that we're either in accordance with that, or if there are areas where we would have to make an exception or have a further discussion. So that's what I wanted to run through with you, and I'm certainly happy to take some questions.
Anybody have any questions, comments?
I need a drink of water after that, though.
So, yeah, I really appreciate that, Frank. I guess just then to follow up on what we had talked about at finance, that there's, you know, I think there was a sentiment that we need to work more closely with Ellers on these applications, where we need to have a better way to evaluate things. You can see there's different options we have. We want to make sure that the board's okay that we look at options, because when developers approach us for projects, especially, you know, on Schofield Avenue here, for instance, with our redevelopment plan now being put before a public hearing next week. You know, want to be consistent with that. We have some opportunities out there that are kind of, you know, being considered right now, apartment complex, or I should say mixed use type development at Cutoff Road and Schofield Avenue. And then there's also the Alpine Mobile Home Park redevelopment that's, you know, another possibility. There's a few other areas in there. But if we're not in favor of working out, or, you know, working with developers to work out agreements, then then we really need to think seriously about closing TID 2. I don't think we're there though. I think as we talked about at finance, you know, we have some opportunity there, we have some capacity in TID 2. So I guess we're just looking for the board's acknowledgement that we look at variations of these grants as we get closer to the expenditure expiration period in the TIDs, and as we approach the closure as well.
Yeah, you know, honestly, the tax increment financing is the real only major tool you have to incentivize development. Minnesota's got abatement as well, and some other states have other tools to use, but this is really the only thing that we have to use. You can obviously see from what we looked at that there's, you know, providing some TIF support. I know the pay-as-you-go method is, you know, the preferred route, certainly from our perspective as well. But, you know, you're creating so much value out of this deal. You're creating $21 million from this example over and above the existing land value. And that land value in this project was a decrepit old food plant that was going to be torn down anyway. So strike your balance of making some assistance available in order to get, you know, 20-something million dollars of value on the books. And especially now that these, you know, districts are going to close out within the next number of years, you know, that goes back on the tax rolls for everybody. So your JRB will be happy about that too. The other thing too with us going through this analysis, my background's in banking and real estate finance and all that, so I tear through these things pretty well. You know, you're not only ensuring that you're answering the but-for question for, you know, appropriateness for TIF financing, but we're also looking to make sure that you're not unduly enriching the developer too. And, you know, we don't have any hesitation on dialing back some of the assistance if their ask is too rich. But, you know, a lot of these developers are pretty smart and they know what the limits are. They may test the limits, but, you know, they have a pretty good idea where that is. So, and it also provides you with a certain amount of transparency, you know, third-party review of this as well. I know there's a lot of capable people in the room, but, you know, you can, you know, say that you've had a project reviewed by your financial advisor, and you know, that helps with the transparency with your constituents as well.
Okay, thanks. So I know we've all been here a long time tonight, so it's been acknowledged here a number of times, but I guess unless there's other sentiment, I think staff then is, we're assuming, or we're going to proceed with the amendment to TID 2, that the project plan amendment that is, that would identify then more explicitly some of the programs or projects that are potentially there for redevelopment, and then also work on modifications of our policy as needed, but then work more closely with with others in this case, I guess, as we get applications in for some of these projects. I know we also talked about some possible, some other possible redevelopment projects along the way as well, so. I guess unless I hear objections, I guess that's how we'll proceed.
Steve, do you have any problems with what?
Did you want us to make a motion on this? Because I see what you got in here.
If you like, that would help, that would be helpful too.
So the reason why I requested this brought is because I really want the board to approve non-paygo grants. We have funds in TIF 2, we can't just keep approving the grants because we're gonna get money back. We have these funds, we need to expend them. If we continue to grow our fund balance, we need to close a TIF. So we need to commit to going out and spending these funds, not necessarily just going with the paygo. Yes, that's where I'm at, and that's why I wanted it here. With the approval that, yes, we're gonna go forward, spend the money and get this redevelopment going, that's what we want. But if we're not gonna be doing that, we need to close a TIF, because we can't just keep growing our fund balance.
Shouldn't
Well, I
the,
don't think, no.
shouldn't the planning, or not planning, but, business, the other committee that didn't meet in a year, what was it?
Finance.
Yeah,
Doesn't go to
CDS.
community development, shouldn't community development,
We actually,
They're-
they're not the committee that views these anymore. They're only related to purchasing property.
They
Yeah,
only,
the joint review board would be the body that you're referring to, and they'll have representatives from the county, the school district.
so we had that meeting and
Okay,
village board took the powers for the TIF plan development and overseeing it and put it back to the planning commission.
then
So that's
planning
why-
commission should have the discussions on which way to go or what items to explore, shouldn't it?
Well, I would say finance would have more say over the finances of the village.
It's more the philosophy on if you want us to start purchasing property along Schofield Avenue when it becomes available, what types of things, the assistance on taking the buildings down, turning them back into green fields, things like that. I mean, there's a few developers that have properties that are kind of sitting there that are kind of waiting.
But we have to make sure that's in the project, the TID project plan.
Right,
That's
the
why we're doing
project
it.
plan is so.
That's why we're doing an amendment. So I guess it's a matter of where the project plan amendment goes.
Right.
It goes to
It goes to the
planning commission.
I guess,
It'll first, we have the process that's already set up.
I guess when we talked in finance, one of the things I think, especially myself, is that at this point in time, I think we need to look at our Schofield corridor or whatever plan that is for that particular area. What were some of the ideas of where some of this stuff was, we wanted it to develop? I don't know if I'm making any sense, it's late. And say we have, the property that's Swiderski, I can't remember who you said owned it. But I mean, that building and Patriots' old building, that's sitting there. What was our plan for that? What was that supposed to be? Two old buildings just sitting there, or did we anticipate?
There's areas for redevelopment, so they were actually mapped out there, so.
Okay, well, I thought so, but I mean,
Yeah.
that's what I'm getting at. We have this plan that we paid all this money
Well,
for.
we haven't adopted it yet, so
And
that's,
we're not doing it.
that's on Monday, and it
That's
gets
the 23rd.
adopted. The project plan for the TIF district is so old,
Well, yeah,
it needs to be amended so that we can actually go through and implement the plan. So that's why they brought this to you, is because it doesn't pay for us to go through and amend the project plan if you're not gonna allow us to move forward with implementing some of this. Talk to some of those landowners, assemble, and Mark's on here too and can kind of talk to some of the plan. He's been, I guess, on here all night, but, that's the kind of hurdle we're at. We're ready to move forward with the project plan amendment after, so that we can implement on Schofield Avenue.
So what exactly though are you looking from us, or to us? If you're asking me, do I wanna give a developer $4 million to put in $23 million of improvements, which will create, what, 160 apartments? And not have those taxes go to pay for DC Everest to house, what, another 8 classrooms of kids? I mean, I don't know what you're looking for us right now.
No, we're not saying that. The discussion about how we look at the TIF grants that's one element, I guess, but we're saying that in order for us to start working on those projects, we needed a project plan amendment in the TID. But there's no point of doing that if we're not willing to look at modifying how we look at the grants. But again, we need to satisfy the but-for test. We decided we need help in that, Matt, in that process, right? They're all interconnected, but I guess am I making sense? I guess I'm not making sense.
My understanding is that essentially the only thing that's being asked for here is permission to look at something other than pay-go.
Yes,
Okay,
that was my.
so regardless of what that may look like on a project by project basis, just looking at alternatives, I think is fine. I mean, we can work with business owners and developers and get a better bang for our buck. So if that's all that's being asked, then I'll move that we permit staff to examine other methods than simply pay-go for TID grants.
Motion by Nate, second by White. On the question?
Excuse me, is that satisfied that number 2?
Yeah.
I believe so. Well, you can use them or whoever else. If we find out that another community is doing something else, I certainly hope that we would explore not to just use one source.
I think Nate's motion is broad enough that it includes other sources than ours.
Right. Okay, we had a motion, a second on the question. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? So carried.
Mark still
Okay,
Why is it so late?
now we're down to 67.
It's probably got a nice one of those.
Discussion on regulating mobile food vendors.
Can you ask them? Try with it.
I believe this item came up at the last plan commission, and, we thought we'd bring it back to the board to maybe make some kind of a referral to a committee to discuss. But I think there was some sentiment that there were maybe some board members that had some feelings about how we regulate them. And so we thought we'd start the discussions here. I know it's late. I don't think that this is a hot topic. We do have, I did attach an email from Jim Pincinot. He noticed that there were some discrepancies in our ordinance. And he had some other questions and thought there could be some clarification on some language in the ordinance. And, and then pretty much the bottom line is, do we want to regulate mobile food vendors on private property or just regulate them on public property? So we can bring this discussion up at another time. I know there's other items in there, but we thought we'd start here. And I guess if there are board members that have some feelings about it or.
Well, I guess I don't care if it's public or private. If I'm going up to a food vendor, I want to know.
The food is safe.
Yeah, that everything is what it's supposed to be.
Right, and that was my handout. Some of the complaints that we got.
Can I weigh in on this? Can I weigh in?
Sure.
I think the board is in complete agreement that the Village of Weston should be regulating. Marathon County, offers a permit also. And after Marathon County does that, I believe Weston absolutely should be ensuring our residents that the food is safe, whether it be on public or private, period. I don't think anyone is in a disagreement on that. And I think we should be moving forward to having all our ordinances in line with that.
At least it would check and eliminate the inconsistencies or the contraindicated things. One says this thing, the other says the other. But I have a question for Sherry. These mobile food vendors, they still have to be cleared by the county health department, correct?
Correct. And that was the handout that I gave you.
So private or public, they still have to pass the county health department code.
Correct.
Another question I would have is, trying to make sure that we're consistent with our surrounding municipalities as well too. I know that we're our own entity as well too, but trying to make sure that we all have kind of like a uniform code, for the lack of a better term, code. I would hate to go to for mobile food to go to one area and it's different, and one area it's different. I'm all for regulating it. I just want to make sure we're uniform as well.
Well, and I think that was one of the concerns by Jim, that he said, WASA, that they were regulating their mobile food vendors only on public property and not private property. And he said the other municipalities around us are not doing any regulating of them. So those were just some of the concerns, and I'm fine with, we're doing something right now anyway. They're filling out an application right now.
The ordinance was created based off of WASA's originally, so if they've changed it, then they've changed it. I mean, we would never really know.
I think, Mark here, I think we need to be the community that does it right. So regardless of other communities are not regulating them, that doesn't make it right. I think we need to follow and do the right thing. Now, this particular food vendor was certified with Lincoln County, but not Marathon County. And that's where the rub came in.
He wasn't certified there.
Yep. And we checked into that, and he was Lincoln County certified, but not Marathon County certified.
So Mark, I guess what we found out too at the state level is that as far as health departments providing approval, that can come from any county health department in the state. So if we look to see if they've met with a health department, if it's Lincoln County, that's okay. As long as they've went through the application process with some county in the state of Wisconsin.
And it's still valid.
Correct. Correct.
Okay, so are you telling me that Pick and Save can be regulated by Lincoln County and not Marathon County?
I'm just telling you that, I don't know if these are new guidelines from the state of Wisconsin, but we did just look this information up.
It's a special license, so
Yeah,
it would be different than Pick and Save.
It's because it's a temporary license.
Yeah, so they have different ones too, so that's what gets confusing. That Mayhem guy actually only had a single day permit when he came here. He's now since gotten Lincoln County's their ordinance or their license for
Right,
whatever.
because he was actually using Geisy Meats
He wasn't
certificate and not his own. Okay, so I think with that, but that's how we find this out.
Yeah.
Scott and Roman went over there and they checked into it, and it just didn't fly, and there was some discrepancies there. So I think we're doing the right thing.
We just wanted to find out if you still wanted us to do that. Because they do have to stop, and we do occasionally find things like that, or they're not, but we weren't sure what, if we had to look at the ordinance, we didn't know if we should still be licensing.
Well, I think also to protect, all the corners of, Schofield, the Asian food restaurant there, Pick and Save, Everest, all the gas stations, all the restaurants that are all certified. And I think these food trucks should be the same. I think we all agree on that.
Right. Every other place where you get food has to be past the county regulations and the health department.
Yep, I agree.
But I think he is correct that we should make sure that the other communities do the same thing. I mean,
They don't do it.
They don't.
That's the thing.
Absolutely don't.
Right, so Rothschild does not have one.
So if they have a food truck vendor that's not certified in Rothschild or whatever, and somebody gets sick and they turn in, got salmonella, you're out of luck.
Well, that would come and go through the county anyway. It would just be having to have somebody from the county witness it being there, whereas we're out and about in the village and seeing, we can ask.
Show me how fast you can do something wrong.
So we know some modifications need to be made to the current ordinance. Do you want that sent back to a committee for a discussion, or do you want staff to just try to work on something and bring it back here, or?
Staff should work on
The
it.
big discrepancy is actually in your licensing ordinance, not necessarily the zoning code, because the zoning code was written for the way that they want it done.
I agree with Steve. I think that staff should be doing this.
Yeah.
Okay.
Especially someone that handles the licensing.
Will do.
Okay,
Okay.
so,
Good stuff.
that was just a discussion, okay, so there's no, 68, no mow May discussion.
Yes, so I saw this in Appleton and Weston, and thought that this might be something that we as a board may be interested in. Basically, bees and other pollinators really struggle to find food in April and May, when they come out of hibernation. What this is a voluntary relaxation of the grass nuisance ordinance for 1 month. And I know that Wausau and Appleton have a sign-up process. I don't think we really need to go that far personally, but it's a good way to build a stronger, healthier ecosystem. In the van, have flowers bloom faster, have vegetables start growing faster, and on the whole, just have a healthier village.
How do you get grosser? Lauren?
As far as knowing who the people are, I think that helps them when they get a call, hey, my neighbor's yard is this tall. Oh, he's participating in.
Did we not talk about this at the committee, Nate, that I thought Michael or somebody said that 1 month of not mowing would not get past 8 inches. So I don't think we'd have any calls on this if people volunteered to do it.
And that's entirely possible.
I don't think we have any weed complaints yet. We
No.
typically don't send letters out.
My neighbor asked me, he wanted to do it, I don't care.
I'm a beekeeper and I don't know why we would fool around with this. Cause I wouldn't wanna, just as many people that are gonna benefit from the bees being able to do this stuff. There's probably just as many people that are gonna be complaining about being allergic to something, so.
Can I ask?
I
ask
am
a
allergic
question?
to bees, by the way.
What's that?
I am allergic to bees.
Oh.
So then I'm assuming we would then extend this, if the board does approve it, it would then extend to the end of June, is that what you're thinking? Or no, just for May here, even though
May
it's
31 to 31st.
May 31?
May 1st to May 31st.
Aren't we in May already?
Yeah.
Yes.
So you don't wanna, so you would just do it for the next 2 weeks?
Well, and every year thereafter.
I have a question too.
Yeah.
You probably understand. Would this have to be renewed every year? Does it have a sundown clause or evergreen clause?
I guess what I pictured is once we adopt it, it goes in perpetuity like another ordinance unless it's amended.
But I don't mind doing this on a volunteer, but I don't want to take names. I don't think residents should need to,
No.
call their name in and have staff
Right.
spend time and money on this. You want to do it, for April and May. Go ahead. I don't think you're going to get any calls on this. I think Lauren has a great neighbor that came over and asked him, just so you know what I'm doing. And I don't think you'll have any issues with it. just my thoughts.
I know people that they won't cut their grass because, the dandelions are done.
Right.
I mean, you must have, because or until the bees have other flowers, I'm sorry.
And actually, it turns out dandelions are like the #1 food source, until like mid-June.
They're the
First salad green too.
They're the first for the bees, but most beekeepers feed them anyway, so to get them stimulated into creating their brood, so. This is a discussion for a regulation that sounds good nationally, but I just.
Well, I guess
we have
it's
other things
just
to worry about.
basically, isn't it, if you wanna leave your grass grow for the month,
Then leave
you can let it grow and you aren't gonna get a call from the village.
Right.
You're not gonna get a call from the village, but some neighborhood, they have the, housing association and they have a regulation. You
But you
don't
don't
cut your
do it.
grass, you don't cut your grass, you get the letter.
Yeah, but we're not saying you can't cut grass in May, we're just saying you,
If they
Yeah.
don't, if his, I mean, you're in a nice neighborhood over there with big expensive houses, and if his neighbor doesn't cut the grass, it's potentially against the development
Well, right,
agreement
but-
that's out there.
Homeowners association or.
but then he can't, then he has to cut his grass, I guess it's not. It's
Right,
not-
but it opens up a can of worms.
Yeah,
It's
Well,
probably. I
Private,
just feel
private
that-
versus public.
I mean, I wouldn't let my grass grow for a month, but that's me. I have 2 acres and I ain't gonna let it,
I'm out there
I'd never
raking
get it
and
cut.
cutting the first time the snow is off the ground.
I mean, I'd have to have somebody come in and use a farm
The
equipment,
hay mow?
yeah.
So Nate, your recommendation is more of just saying that on the village side, we wouldn't go out there and ticket people or, if those people that violate, that decides not to mow the lawn wouldn't violate any code during that time period. That's just,
Like a moratorium.
right,
But I mean,
but then it's.
what if you didn't cut it in April and then you didn't cut it in May?
Well,
But then it'll be up for it'll be up to the person to volunteer if they want to participate in it, et cetera. Am I understanding that correct?
Well, like what President Maloney said, I personally don't think that the village should be taking names because I think that is too much of a hassle for staff. It's simply that the village is putting a 1-month moratorium on the grass nuisance ordinance.
grass height cutting,
Okay.
like, whatever you
That's-
call it.
The entirety of what I'm.
I don't know.
I think to simplify this a little bit, it's kind of like what we did for the rummage sales that I hope we continue
Right.
in the future years, that we go on social media, we tell the residents, hey, this is the weekend, let's get together. So now, next year, in April, we put out some social media, that, hey, all kind of citations are going to be waived for the month of May. We call it No Mow May. And I think that would probably suffice. Would you not agree, Nate?
I completely agree.
Well,
Okay, good.
I guess I have someone that is complaining because the person hasn't cut their grass for a couple months. Now you got a no mow May, and now that grass has really gotten bad. And they're having a fit.
And I got calls when I was on the board before. I was the fence watcher or whatever it was, because I was a new guy. And the neighbor went and cut the lawn and they had all their hoses and their sprinklers out there. And so I'm just saying that I'm just questioning why we even want to have a discussion on it, to be honest with you. Because it just
I mean,
creates,
if somebody just does
a lot of
not
headaches.
cut, if they keep it cut up until May, and they let it grow for the month of May, there's not going, maybe your neighbor will say, hey, aren't you gonna cut your grass? But they aren't gonna be calling about it. And if they do, the village isn't gonna do something about grass that tall.
Right.
So I guess I don't know why we wanna muddy the waters. If they wanna let their grass grow in May, let them grow it. But make sure it's cut in April.
Right, that's the whole thing. 1-month moratorium.
Everyone's grass must be growing very fast because
It
mine
is.
wasn't very. Well, that's just me. So, I guess we're looking for a motion, is that what we're looking for?
Yes.
So, how do we wanna word this? Do we wanna just say that we're?
It says, the agenda says discussion only.
Yeah,
Oh, okay,
yep, discussion,
all right.
I guess if you want it, you have to go, but I wouldn't. I guess I wouldn't make the motion to, do that. But any more discussion?
Could we get this, because I think that this is a good discussion, could we get it on the agenda for next month? Or actually, could we get it on the agenda for, we have a meeting Monday, don't we?
Oh, don't add that.
Those are two hearings.
Oh,
That's
okay,
hearings, we don't need to add.
okay. I just saw 'em next Monday and I'm like, okay. So could we get this on the next agenda?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
Okay, going from there, item 69, labor and equipment rates for billing outside entities.
I make a motion to approve the rates for billing outside entities as presented. Second.
Second, but, motion by E, second by Nate, to approve labor and equipment rates on the question.
This is only, I mean, this is between municipalities, correct? I mean, it doesn't, it's not a matter of private individuals or other companies wanting to hire someone to do something.
No, we don't.
No.
Okay.
Okay.
Use this to, we use this for billing the town, right?
Yeah, the town and from whatever.
For snow removal for the snow services or whatever.
Okay.
Yes.
Primarily, that's one of the
Sanitary
main things.
sewer cleaning.
Insurance claims.
Insurance claims, there you go, we use it for that too.
I'm assuming that 35% is making that we are not losing money, we're not putting from our pocket in, right?
No, the rates have administration built in, and there's no change because with the approved 2% increase, and last year, it was recommended to bump it up to near 5, so the 2% increase didn't really change anything, that's why it's the same.
Thank you.
It is based upon, the industry going rates for these things too, as I recall reading through there, that it's based upon how much equipment you use, how long you use it, what's it cost to run it. So it's
That's some rates primarily come out of the DOT.
the DOT guideline.
Correct, yeah, the equipment rates comes out of the DOT guidelines, so that includes, fuel costs as well as maintenance.
Wear and tear. And the labor rates are just the labor rates.
Correct.
Right.
Move to approve.
I think we had a motion in a second, we are on the
You just-
question.
Yep, yes, I did.
Okay, I'll take it.
Okay. I was gonna
It's a
say,
long
don't
night,
do that.
Uche.
I thought we had a motion in a second. On the question, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? So carried. Okay, item 70. 20,
Move to
Tony?
approve.
Second.
okay, motion by Mark, second by Steve. On the question, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? So carried. Okay, attorney referrals. Anybody want to send anything to our attorney?
Sitting right
Yeah,
there,
I
You
know.
can save the.
patiently waiting.
Okay, none. I need a motion to go into closed session per,
So moved.
Second.
we gotta say the
Gotta read
whole
it.
thing.
I move to enter into a closed session per Wisconsin statute 1981, parent 1, parent G.
1985, please.
1985, parent 1, parent G, for the purpose of conferring with legal counsel for the governmental body which is rendering oral or written advice concerning strategy to be adopted by the body with respect to litigation in which it is or is likely to become involved, specifically the SBA Towers lawsuit.
Okay, we got a motion by Nate,
Second. Roll call
second
vote,
by
please.
White, I know. Roll call vote.
Ermeling,
Aye.
Feeny,
Aye.
Maloney,
Aye.
Vinell,
Aye.
White,
Aye.
Sean,
Aye.
Zagami.
Aye.
I'm gonna take a.
Can we take just a 2-minute break or whatever?
May as well.
Staff can stay if they like, or if you prefer to leave, that's fine too.
Oh, I can't even move.
Was it something we said?
No, but beds got miners off several
My
minutes
dog
ago.
is going nuts about now. I went to grandson played with her for a while.
You know, if your dog turns around and bites you, it's deserved.
You see,
Can I leave or can I have to stay?
Let's see, now it's been another four.
now it's actual recording, yes.
Okay,
Okay, we reconvene to open session, possible action on closed session items. The attorney updated us on the lawsuit, there was no action. Well, I guess I'm, nothing from me, it's just been a very long evening,
Yes, it is. Nothing for me, thank you.
right?
Nothing from me, thank you.
Shane,
None, thank you.
Nate, Steve? Mark left us, so. Future items, May 24th, Board of Trustee and Planning Commission public hearing for the Schofield Avenue and Weston Avenue corridor plans at 5 PM and 7 PM.
Dale Wilson Lane.
Dale's Weston Lanes, yeah, I can see that.
Is that correct, right? Jerry?
And then June 21st, Board of Trustees, regular meeting at 6, and June 29th, Board of Review at 5 o'clock. With no other planned business, the meeting is adjourned until May 24th at 2021 at 5 PM. Okay.
It was a good initiation for the first meeting, about 6 hours or 5 hours.
motion to
Move
adjourn.
to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn by Nate,
Second.
second by Dee. All in favor?
Aye.
Technically, since you announced it, you don't.